Okay, the stream is up. What's up? We're back for another day of grinding poker. We're just waiting for the tournaments to start. So I registered 4 tournaments. I registered the Big 440, the 550 Marathon, the... what is this? This is a Sunday Million set. So this week, on Sunday, there's going to be a $215 Sunday Million. And there's just a satellite that costs $1 to enter. So if I last 15 levels, and one level is I think 3 minutes, let me check. So yeah, one level is 3 minutes, which means that if I last for 15 levels, which is 45 more minutes, I'm going to qualify for the next stage of the satellite, the phase 2. And then if I succeed at reaching, let's say, top 300, or I don't know how many people get to qualify, but if I reach this number of players, I'm gonna get an entry for the $215 Sunday Million, which means that on Sunday we can play a $215 tournament that we have entered for just $1, which is going to be really cool, and to see how we perform there. The other tournament that I've registered is the $7.50 deep stack, which starts every day at 5 o'clock, or at least where I live it's 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. So let's see here. There's another fellow Bulgarian, Karakivar. Okay, so we're pretty deep, and there's a raise and a call. I think Jack 8 is gonna be okay to call here to defend. Like Jack 7 offsuit, I'll definitely fold. Jack 9 offsuit, I'll definitely call. This one is a little bit of a mix, but I'll call this time. I'll see a flop. So we have basically second pair, which is not really great on that board. There's like a lot of stuff that beats us, considering that people are gonna have, you know, opening from there is like, he's gonna have some strong hands. But the bet is like 30%, so I'll call once. We'll see the next card. It's a 3, we check. We hope that our opponent checks now. We don't really want to face another bet. We're not gonna be able to call it probably. So let's see. Hopefully he checks. Hopefully he has like ace-5 of clubs. He bets again. Okay, I'm gonna fold. I mean, even a hand like Queen Jack still beats me. He's betting small, but betting small doesn't necessarily mean that I'm ahead, so I'm gonna fold. And he has ace queen, which is like the nuts. So yeah, we lose that, but we didn't lose a lot. Here in the satellite for the Sunday Million, we have ace jack offsuit, which is definitely a raise. I need to remember that this is a $1 tournament, so people are gonna do a lot of crazy stuff. Just need to remember that. Okay, we have top pair. Now there's 2 ways to play this. We can check and check raise it. We can check and call it. We can even bet. I'm gonna check this time. Okay, my opponent checks, so I'm gonna start betting. I'm gonna get 2 streets of value. I'm gonna get 2 big bets in. Like, if he allows me, if he calls. If he folds on the turn, it's fine. Yeah, okay, he folds. So we win the spot. Here I'm check raising a straight from the big blind. And the river is an ace, so I'm gonna bet again. I think nobody has a flush, at least based on the flop action. So yeah, I got called and we win. I'm 3-betting kings in the... what is it? The big 440. As I've said before, like 3-betting in position means that we're gonna usually go for a 3 times the open size, and 3-betting out of position means that we're usually gonna go for 4 times the opening size. So we got a cover from the small blind, which is like it's usually a hand like ace queen suited, king queen suited, or pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, something like that. Maybe pocket 10s. But yeah, I think our hand is pretty good on this board. We are in position, so I'm gonna start betting to get value. we get raised. It's a min raise, which is like, you know, it's dangerous because people usually don't bluff when they use this size, but still we just can't fold kings. So we're gonna call, and if our opponent has pocket sixes or pocket tens and he has hit a set, he's going to beat us, and that's okay. You know, we're not deep enough as to where we can start folding kings, so it's just a 30 big blind or 40 big blind. So yeah, our opponent could be doing this with 8s and 9s, because, you know, people with these stakes are just crazy. Now he sees a queen, he gets scared. Question is, do I just go all in on the turn here, or do I check and try to induce some kind of bluff? I think I'm just gonna go all in. Maybe I'll check aces sometimes and trap. So let's see. Our opponent calls, he has jacks, and we win. So that's great. We just entered the tournament and we already doubled up. Okay. King 7 now. If our opponent raises, I'm gonna defend this one. I mean, if it's not too huge of a raise. Okay, if our opponent calls, I think I'm gonna mix. Here you want to play when the small blind has limped and you're in the big blind. You want to play very polarized. Like, okay, 91 is big enough to raise. But usually you want to raise like your strongest hands and your weakest hands. And the hands that are in the middle, like for example like King 7, you want to mostly check them. But if you do that 100%, you're gonna be imbalanced. Like when the board comes 7, 8, 9, you're not gonna have any board coverage. So sometimes I just mix in some raises with those middling hands. Now we hit a top pair, and I'm gonna start betting big because we got top pair and a good kicker. I need protection. Like, let's say that our opponent has 2 overcards. I need to get him off those overcards. Okay, here we have a first draw on the turn in the satellite. Our opponent min 3 bet us before the flop. Like, I raised the button and he just clicked it from the big blind. Like, I made it 2 big blinds, he made it 3. I just called. He bet the flop. I had the backdoor first draw, so I called the flop. Now I have a flush, draw, and I called, and I hit my king on the river, which is pretty. I mean, it's okay. It's good. I'm gonna have to call here. If he has ace king or aces, we're gonna lose, but it's just the way things go sometimes. It's a $1 tournament, so people do random shit, and I can just follow a king. So let's go. Our opponent has nothing, and we win. That's great. So we got 20,000 chips there. We doubled up in the satellite. We doubled up in the big 440, and life is good, man. It's amazing. Okay, I haven't enabled the chat. Let me see the chat. Yo, Stefan, what's going on? Are you studying right now? 7, I'm gonna fold. Hey, deuce, terrible hand, easy fold. So let's hope that my computer doesn't crash today, because I'm actually streaming and I'm recording my stream at the same time. Like last time, I was just streaming. So when I needed the footage to make a video out of the stream, I had to leave my computer on the whole night so I could record the video of the stream, and I could use it to, you know, to make some edits and whatever. So this time I'm trying to save myself the time of, you know, having my computer on all night. So I'm just recording and streaming at the same time. Here, ace-5 offsuit, it's a defend in the big blind against them in raise. We flop a good shot. Like if we hit a 4, now we're gonna make a straight. And I think sometimes I could use this as a check raise. Like I could just check call now. I could also check raise it. I'm gonna mix. It's a low number, so I'm gonna call this time. Okay, we hit an ace. That's good. there's a big chance, because the raise of our opponent comes from early position, there's a big chance that our opponent also hit this ace, and we could still be losing, but we can't start just folding because we think our opponent has ace 10 or ace 9. Like, he bets we need to defend a certain percentage of our range, and having an ace is a top part of our range, so we're gonna call again. Now another ace comes, which means that it's less likely our opponent has an ace, and we're definitely gonna have to call the river, because having a 5 unblocks all our opponent's bluffs. So, we just call. If he has a better hand, he has a better hand, but we can't just fold an ace. And our opponent has a bluff, so that's great. We win the pot. Like, there are some spots where in poker where you just don't have anything to think about. You're in a certain part of your range. Like, your opponent bets a certain size, and you need to defend a certain percentage of your hands. And having an ace there is really at the top of our range. Like, we have trips. We can't just start folding an ace, because sometimes our opponent has ace queen or ace king or ace 10 and he beats us. Yes, sometimes he's gonna have those hands, but there's really nothing to think about. Like, often enough, we're just gonna have the best hand and we're gonna win. And sometimes we're gonna lose. That's okay. We don't care about that. We just need to make good decisions. We don't need to win all the time. You can't be right all the time when you play poker. You just need to be right often enough. So 7's here, easy raise. For more reposition. Okay, we have an interesting spot here in the satellite. There's a very short stack guy. I'm gonna jam against him because he limped. He has 7s. That's a very strange limp. We hit an ace though. That's nice. 95, and we win. Nice. It's a very strange limp. He's supposed to just go all in before the flop with that. I don't know why he just called. Like, he has 7 big blind stack. He wants to get the money in. He doesn't have room to play post flop. Here we have 7s. I'm gonna check. I got called by 2 people, by the big blind also. There are 2 overcards. So there's a big chance somebody hit the 8 or the 10, or maybe has a flush draw. Like, I don't think a bet achieves much. I'm not getting called by much worse, and nobody's gonna fold an overpair. So against this bet, he made it against 3 people. I think we can just fold the flop. Like, there's no need to defend the 7s here. We're gonna have enough stuff to defend. We're gonna have flush draws. We're gonna have overcards. We're gonna have overpairs. We're gonna have sets. Like, a lot of good stuff. So no need to defend 7s there. In the deep stack, we're in middle position. Like, pocket 4s, I think it's sometimes a fold, but I'm gonna raise it because at these wall stakes, people just don't 3-bet enough. And when people don't 3-bet enough, you can get away with raising those wall pocket pairs from early position, because if you hit a set, you're very likely to be good and to get to win a big pot. Eralt, Boca, hello. How's life going? What are you doing? I love to see that some people are joining the chat. I'm not just talking to myself, There's a bet, there's a call, we have 4s, like, nothing to do here, we just fold. There's a delay on the stream, like, I think it says it in the description, but I'm gonna say it as well. Like, there's a 4-minute delay, and sometimes my internet connection is not really good, so the delay increases. But for now, as it says here in my OBS, it's the delay is just 4 minutes. So the stuff that you're writing in chat, I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna reply, but you're gonna see the reply 4 minutes later. So yeah, sorry about that. I need to make sure that if anybody somehow finds the stream that they're not able to see my cards. I mean, I know that the chances of this are very, very slim. There's almost no way somebody who I'm playing against on one of the tables just finds the stream randomly. But still, I need to make sure that nothing out of the ordinary happens. Here for 4-5, my opponent limped, So, you know, I just checked and saw the flop, but I didn't hit the flop, so I'm not gonna bluff or anything with this hand. He bets, I have nothing, so I fold. In the satellite, there's a limp, there's another limp. I'm gonna call as well with king queen suited. Like, I could raise here, there's an argument for raising, but this time I'm gonna call. Okay, so we hit top pair. Now, usually I'm gonna complete the small blind with a lot of hands. So in order to protect my weak range, I'm gonna check when I hit something as well. I'm not gonna lead against 3 people, because then I'm saying that I have something strong, and the times when I don't have anything strong, you know, it's gonna be imbalanced. So to protect my range, I'm checking. I'm out of position. My opponent bets pot, which is, you know, a huge bet that I'm just gonna call. You know, he has 20 big blinds, so I'm just gonna call this bet, and if he bets the turn, I'm getting it all in on the turn. It's like no-brainer. You know, 20 big blinds, having king, you know, having top pair with the second kicker. Like, I even can't have ace king, because if I had ace king, I would definitely raise before the flop. So if our opponent goes all in now or bets, we're just gonna call him. You know, there's nothing we can do. We have top pair, as I said. So if he has something better, okay, he has something better. So he has king deuce, which is like, you know, terrible. And we win another pot. It's a $1 tournament, so people play very weak hands, and we take advantage of that. Okay, here in the big 440, we have pocket jacks. I'm gonna mix. Okay, it's a pretty low number, so I'm gonna call. Usually this hand is mostly a 3-bet against the cutoff, because the cutoff has a very wide raising range, and pocket jacks are a really strong hand. So you usually want to 3-bet for value. Like, you 3-bet and you play a big pot with a hand that's really good. But sometimes I'm gonna call it, and I rolled a 9. A 9 is a pretty low on the randomizer, so. Okay, both our opponents checked. I'm gonna start betting this hand. The big blind could have some threes, like, it's dangerous, because, you know, the big blind has a range advantage around the threes on this board, but it's still not very likely for him to have a 3, so I'm gonna start betting. Okay, I think, yeah, both our opponents folded. Todor, good luck, have fun, thank you. I'm gonna have fun, definitely. We'll see about the luck. Like, luck is something that doesn't depend upon me. So king jack suited in the 550. I'm gonna raise this. It's a great hand. Like, this is a hand that we raise from any single position. Like, wherever we are at the table, we just raise this, if we are the first one in. We also have ace 10 offset in the satellite, the $1. So let's see if this guy jumps. Okay, I was considering calling. I'm not gonna have to make that decision though. He leads on this board, which is like very, very strange. I'm gonna call. It's just a 1 big blind bet. See the next card. It's the deuce of diamonds, which is not good. I don't have any diamonds. He bets just 1 big blind again though, so I'm gonna call again. Like, the chance that I have the best hand are probably not that big, but he's just betting too small, so I'm gonna see. And there's a 5 on the river, and he bets again. I'm gonna call again, you know. If he has something better, okay, but the price I'm getting is just too good. If he has a bluff, like, I can just fold an ace high. Okay, he has a 7. He got 3 big blinds total out of me. It's not like, it's not something, you know, amazing, so. It's a very interesting spot here. In the 550, I'm gonna call. Because I could hit a queen for the straight, I could hit an 8 for the straight, I could also have hit diamonds for the backdoor flush draw. I'm gonna check again. There were like 5 people in the pot though, so I need to be careful, because this guy's bet into 5 guys. And now he bets again. His bet is, I mean, not very big. I think I'm gonna call again. I have the odds, even though he could have a full house and be betting like that for a full house. Okay, the 6. So now maybe I'm considering turning this hand into a bluff, but maybe I would turn King Jack with the King of Hearts into a bluff. Now I don't have any blockers for the heart, so I'm just gonna check and give up. I'm not gonna turn this one into a bluff. I imagine he's gonna bet again. Like, he seems pretty strong in this position. Okay, yeah, he bets again, and I'm just folding. Maybe I could have folded the turn. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. Okay, in the one door, we just have 8-9 offsuit. 8-9 offsuit, I'm gonna check, see a flop. That's almost a good flop. We almost have a straight draw. So I'm checking, he's betting, I'm folding. You know, it's simple decisions. Ace-3, okay. This one is gonna be interesting because if everybody else folds, we're gonna go all in against the big blind. There's like, I think you can go all in when you're 20 big blinds, when you have 20 big blinds and shorter, and our opponent has 17. So, you know, we're looking at the effective stack, not at our own stack. If you have 20 big blinds or less, you can just go all in with any ace, like from the small blind against the big blind, if everybody else before you folds. So here we have pocket 8, I'm isolating a guy who limped. For how long have you been playing poker? I have been playing poker for the last 2 years, 2.5 years actually. So yeah, I really fell in love with the game. Like, I started playing it when I finished school, so when I was 19. Now I'm 21, almost 22, and I have never stopped playing the game. Like, I've always spent some time studying it and playing it, and I've gotten the chance to get good enough at it to beat the micro stakes. Like, I'm not the best at playing it, but I'm good enough to beat micro stakes, so I decided to start streaming because I really enjoy it. And we'll just see how it goes, you know. I'll try to share as much as I can of the way I think about the game and the way I perceive some spots, and we'll just see what happens. So here, you know, we have nothing to do. There's just a huge bet, and we have another pair to the board. There's a flush available, we don't have a club, so I'm out of there. There's no reason to call. Like, you know, you could make an argument that I could have hit a jack and made a straight, but the price that I'm getting, like, because he's betting really big, is not enough for me to justify calling and making it a profitable play in the long run. So even if I hit a jack, I could still not be good. Like, he could have a flush. And what if the jack is the jack of clubs? Like, the jack of clubs makes four clubs on the board. So there's really no reason for me to call there. Queen 6 suited. Queen 6 suited. I'm gonna defend in the big blind against the min raise. Like, against min raises, we can defend any suited hand in the big blind. So I'm calling, we flop a flush, that's great, we check it. Again, when we're in the big blind, we want to check all of our hands, because we usually have a pretty weak range in the big blind, so we need to protect that by checking even our strongest hands. So our opponent bets pretty big, and I'm gonna just call, I'm not gonna check raise this flush. There's another flush card on the board, which is, you know, a little bit unfortunate, because now our opponent is likely to check if he doesn't have a flush, like he did. And at the same time, like, if he has a flush, he probably has the flush with the ace or the king, because he's raising from an early position. So, you know, not really a great card. I'm still gonna bet because he checked. Like, I'm gonna block bet 33%, Hope that I get called by the Jack of Hearts somehow. Let's see if it's gonna happen. Okay, it doesn't happen. But we still got... okay, here we won a pot in the satellite. I couldn't show how we played the hand, but we won more chips in the satellite. Okay, there's another guy that limps. This is very common at the $1 tournaments. I mean, usually when you enter the pot first in, you want to always raise. You don't want to just call the big blind. And the reason for that is, you know, when you're in, let's say in the low jack, like this is the button, here's the small and the big blind, and 3 spots before the button. Like here, for example, this guy's in the low jack. The reason you want to raise is because when you just call, you give a chance for anybody behind you to also call or to raise you and to play a pot out of position. And when you raise, you can make them fold and you win position, because now he's gonna play a pot against me in the big blind. I'm gonna 3-bet bluff. This hand is good for 3-bet bluffing because we have a blocker and we have a deuce. And usually we want to 3-bet bluff really polarized from the big blind. He doesn't fold, which is bad. I'm gonna make a very small continuation bet on this board, and if our opponent jumps, we're just gonna have to fold because we have nothing. Okay, our opponent just calls. He could still have like king queen, or you know, some kind of flush draw that doesn't have a pair, so we could still have the best hand, but we don't have enough equity to bluff, so we're gonna check to him, see if he checks. He bets just one big blind. I can't fold to that. Like, I'm gonna have to call and see what happens on the river. Okay, there's a king on the river, which is like, you know, it's a card that hits my range. I could have ace king, no problem, so I could bluff it, but I don't think at a $1 tournament people know what the range is, so I'm gonna check. There's no need to do that. He just bets one big blind again. I'm gonna have to call. It's too small of a bet. I can't fold an ace high to this small of a bet. Our opponent has 6s, so congratulations, he wins. So here in the big 440, we're using ace deuce suited as a 3-bet bluff. Let's see if it works. Okay, our opponent calls. We flop a good shot though. We could hit a 4 for a straight. I'm gonna start betting because this board is usually one that I'm gonna continuation bet a lot, even with my strong hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces. There's a 3 on the turn. It's the 3 of spades. So now there is a chance that our opponent just has overcards and we can get him off. There's a chance that our opponent has, let's say, ace jack or ace queen. So I'm gonna bet again. I'm gonna try to get him off those hands that just beat us. Okay. Nice, he folded. Here I'm calling with 8s in the small blind. Okay, that's, I mean, it's an okay flop. Our opponent checks. I mean, the razor, the pre-flop razor checks. Now 9 comes. I'm gonna bet small. Try to block bet, even though, yeah, there's a chance that the big blind has something. You know, I'm gonna check actually. I wanna use this hand as a check call. Maybe I'll bet the river if the river is something that I'm interested in betting. Our opponent bets pretty big. I'm gonna have to call, even though it's, you know, it's annoying that he's betting this big, especially from the big blind where he could have anything basically. Okay, and ace on the river. Maybe that slows him down. Maybe he checks now. He has ace 10, so he didn't have anything when he bet, but he hit the ace on the river and he checked. Yeah, that's nice. Whatever. So here I 3-bet before the flop with ace 10 suited. I checked the flop because I had a backdoor flush draw and I wanted to see. The backdoor flush draw didn't come, but we hit a 10 on the river, so that's nice. I think I'm gonna value bet it because the whole time there were just checks. I think if my opponent had a queen, he would have bet it by now. And there's a big chance that my opponent has like 7s, 8s, maybe he'll try to call. I'm gonna make a little bit smaller of a bet, like 55%, something like that. 55 to 60%. Let's see if he calls with like 9-8 suited or yeah, something worse than a 10. Let's see what he called with. So he called with, what is it? It doesn't show. Let me see. I 3-bet him before. I checked the flop, check here, bet the river, and he called with king 10. So he had a 10 with the worst kicker. That's nice. We got the value. So I need to get my quotes off the balcony. My quotes are drying and it's getting late, it's getting dark. I'll do it at the break, which is like in 20 minutes, 23 minutes. Man, I'm so annoyed that I can't play music on these streams. YouTube and its copyright issues. I'm just so not used to playing poker and not listening to music. It's so strange to me. So 8-10 suited is a hand we're gonna raise even from under the gun. Like it's a good enough hand. So yeah, from the low jack there's no question about it. We just raise. We get 3-bet, which is annoying. We have to deal with that. Like we have to defend some part of our range. You know, 8-10 suited, it performs well post swap, so I'm gonna defend it, even though it's not really the greatest of defense. Like 9-10 suited for sure, 8-10 could be a fault, but I'm gonna defend this time. We flop a straight draw. We go win at the $1 satellite. Meanwhile, we raise king. We have 11 big blinds, so you know we just go win. Let's see if we get called. We don't. I'm calling here 1-bet to see if I hit my straight. Hit a 7, so we needed a 9 or an ace. Now we're just gonna fold if he bets again. We no longer have the odds to continue calling, and our opponent could easily have, you know, a better hand. He checks back though. He checks back, and I'm gonna turn this hand into a bluff. I think I'm really at the bottom of my range, so I need to find bluffs, and this is a perfect bluff, I think. So I'm gonna bet big. Let's see if he folds. He folds, nice. That's great. So we won the hand by bluffing. In the $1 satellite, we're getting you know, a limp and a call. So we can just check in the big blind, see the flop for free. We don't hit anything. One big blind. Yeah, we still just can't call. Like, yeah, especially after this raise. The guy probably has a 10. He wants to, or some kind of pocket pair like 4s. King 5. So again, if everybody else folds, which didn't happen, but if everybody else had folded, we were gonna just go all in. Like blind versus blind for 7 big blinds effective. You know, our opponent has 6 and 1, so that's 7. We can go all in with a lot of hands, like a lot of hands. And every king high, queen high, and ace high is good enough to just go all in and, you know, run the cards. because often enough we're just gonna get folds and we're gonna win the one big blind and the ante. And at the same time, when we get called, we have a good amount of equity. Like we're gonna have, with an ace high, we're gonna have like 60% most of the time. With a king high or a queen high, we can have around 50 or 40%, depending on what we get called by. So there's really no reason to fold there. We just go all in. A6, ace jack. So queen 5, that's, on the button, it's not in the small blind against the big blind, so we have two people to go through. So if everybody else had folded, we were gonna fold also. It's not the same. It's not the same as being in the small blind and having just one guy to go through. Now we have to go through two guys, so this one is an easy fold. I'm gonna turn on my lights because it's getting dark. Okay, a7 here. I think the bottom of the range from the hijack for raising offsuit aces is ace-8 offsuit. So this one is gonna be a fold. But in the $1 satellite we got tens. We have 9 big blinds. Like, I would love to just, min raise and get people to go all in, but I don't think we can do that with 9 big blinds. Like, it's too little of a stack. We just have to go all in and hope that we get called. Okay, we got called by, a very short stack. So we would love to win. Nice, 100%. We didn't win much, but it's better than losing, so I'm not complaining. Jack 6 suited is gonna be a fold. So my PC is handling the fact that I'm streaming and recording at the same time very well. For now I have no lagging. Our fellow Bulgarian Kara killer is making 3 times the big blind. Not a good size. Okay, ace-3 in the $1. We have just 10 big blinds, so we need to shove this, we need to go all in. Yeah, it's annoying if we get called by something better, but most of the time, or at least often enough, not most of the time, but often enough, we're just gonna get folds and we're gonna win what's in the middle. And it's really important to win what's in the middle, because it's like 2 big blinds, we have 10. So that's 20% of our stack that we just increased it, like that. Just all in, nobody calls. And even when we get called, we're gonna have like 30% on average equity. So 30% is not bad. Now, if this guy raises, we're gonna defend. We're gonna call, see a flop, and if this guy had jumped, we were gonna call, because we have 10 big blinds, and queen 10 is really strong enough to call blind versus blind, where the ranges are very wide. Ace king, obviously great hand, so obviously we're going all in again, like whatever happens. Okay, so this guy raises, there's more money in the pot, like we have one of the best hands you can get in the game. It's an easy all in, no decision, really. Okay, our opponent folded. Here I defended the big blind against the cutoff raise and with a7, and we flopped up pair, so we're gonna have to call all the way probably. Like if he has a better ace or jack queen, we're gonna lose, but We're not gonna have aces often enough in the big blind against a late position raise, because most of our aces we just go all in before the flop with. So that means that when we have an ace, we really need to stick with it. And now our opponent checks, which means that he doesn't have an ace, he's pretty capped, so we're gonna use a big bet to take advantage of the fact that our opponent is capped. Capped means he can't have the top parts of his range, like he doesn't have the strongest hands. Or at least he shouldn't have them. Like, I know people with these stakes like to trap, so sometimes our opponent is gonna trap and now he's gonna raise, but most of the time he doesn't have the strongest hands, so yeah, we just make a big bet. He knows that he's capped, so he's gonna have to find calls, and he calls us with something worse, which is, let's see what, he called us with a pair of tens, which, you know, I don't really like that call. I don't think it's amazing, but it's still a call. Here we have 20 big blinds. Now we can go all in with this, like it's completely fine. But when if I go all in with all my aces, when I call, I get very exposed to raises by him and you know, jumps. So sometimes I'm gonna limp my strongest hands with the idea that if he raises, I'm gonna back raise at him and I'm gonna go all in now when he has raised me. So in order to protect my calling range, the fact that I'm calling with a lot of, you know, garbage, I'm gonna also call sometimes with my strong hands. And now I get called by 7, so we're flipping, we hit a king, 75 and 100, let's go. Okay, we win another great pot. Now we get ace 10. Life is good, man. Here in the $1 tournament, we have 12 big blinds, blind versus blind, easy jam, jack 9 suited. The hand has great equity, even if we get called. Of course, when we get called by ace 9, which dominates us, it's not the same, but you know, it just happens sometimes. So we're out of this tournament, unfortunately. Ace 10 here on the button, raising it. Let's see. I was gonna look at something. Yeah, I was gonna look at my tables. Okay, now we hit top pair, we're against the big blind, so I'm gonna start betting. This board is usually a high frequency continuation bet for me. So when I have an ace, I'm definitely gonna bet. Now our opponent calls us, we're gonna bet again, because it's very likely that we have the best hand. We block jack 10, so you know, it makes the chance of our opponent having jack 10 less. So I'm gonna use a big bet here, like, let's say 7.9. Our opponent calls again. And you know, I'm gonna jam ace queen, I'm gonna jam ace king, I'm gonna jam aces, kings, queens, I'm gonna jam 8s, I'm gonna jam jack 10. So maybe when I have ace 10, I'm not gonna jam, I'm just gonna bet 67%. Hope our opponent calls us with like ace 9 or ace 5, something like that. You know, a worse ace. Maybe we can get value from that. And our opponent has king queen, which is 2 pair. That's unfortunate, but it's gonna happen sometimes. So I'm very glad that I didn't just go all in. You know, I saved myself, you know, 3,000 chips. We have defended ace jack in the big blind against the raise. And now on this board, I have a range advantage around the 3s. So I'm usually gonna check raise all my 3s. So sometimes I'm gonna check raise an ace also. You know, so that my check raises aren't just bluffs in a 3. Sometimes I need to have aces in my check raising range. And this is one of my strongest aces, so, you know, I'm check raising it. I got called though, which is fine. I'm gonna have to mix some checks now, because I'm gonna have some bluffs that I want to check. So having the jack of diamonds makes it a little bit safer that there's a flush draw on the board. So I'm gonna check, definitely not gonna fold. I'm gonna check call, see what he does. He could still have ace king, ace queen, ace 10, so he could still be beating us. He could also have ace 5 suited though, ace 8 suited, something like that. So we just check, now we're gonna call. There's a 9 on the river. I'm gonna check, and I'm gonna have to call again probably. Like, yeah, he could have ace queen, ace 10. Okay, that's a really small bet, so I'm definitely calling now. It's just, he has ace 10, yeah, he sucked out on the turn. But, you know, We just can't fold for this really, really small size on the river. Now we have Jack 10 suited for 20 something big blinds, which is an easy all-in against the cutoff or button raise. You know, it's just if you study, you're gonna see that the computers, the solvers, they say this is an all-in. And the reason for that is because people open very wide ranges from late positions. So you're gonna get a lot of folds, and even when you get called by what? By ace queen, ace king. You shouldn't get called by queen 10, so that's a mistake on his part. You know, this is exactly the reason why this is a good jump, because he's not supposed to call with queen 10 there. He's supposed to fold it, and we're folding hands that dominate us. Of course, when our opponents make mistakes, yeah, we lose this time, okay. But in the long run, I'm gonna have very different hands that dominate queen 10. Like I'm gonna have ace 10, I'm gonna have ace queen, I'm gonna have king queen, I'm gonna have king 10 suited, I'm gonna have queens, tens. So I have a lot of hands that have his hand dominated, and he's gonna lose against me making that call in the long run. This time I had Jack 10, so he called and he won. But that doesn't matter, because poker is not a game where you need to win at the moment. You just need to consistently make good decisions, and you know, you're gonna win. Okay, so I need to register more tournaments because people are destroying me. They're calling me with queen 10 because they're probably watching the stream and the delay isn't working, so they see my cards and they know when to go. Which is a joke, obviously. Let's see. There's another satellite that I can register for $1. I'm gonna do it. Okay, here is a fold. In the big 440 we have jacks. There's a lot of short stacks, so I'm just gonna min raise. You know, I don't need to make it big against those shorties. Shorty says she wanna be attacked. I'm registering the bounty builder. Okay, I get jammed on, easy call. Jack king. Need to hold. 95 and 100. Okay, not an amazing, you know, not really big pot, but it's still a pot 1, so it's important to win pots. Okay, we have ace jack here. I'm gonna squeeze as a bluff, you know, 3-bet bluffing sometimes. It's a good hand to do this with because if I just call, this hand performs not really well as a call multi-way, because it has, like, it is very often it is dominated. Like if we hit an ace, we have a jack kicker, and yeah, we can hit a jack as a top pair on some boards, but our opponents, being pre-flop raises, could have queens, kings, and aces. So, and you know, the best hand we can make with this one is just top pair. Like, it doesn't have much more potential. Now this board is very connected, so it's dangerous, and I'm gonna start with a check now. This is a board that I'm gonna check a lot. Like, I'm gonna check with aces here sometimes, also with kings. Now there's a king on the turn, and a king is a really big range advantage card for us, so I'm gonna bet this king, even though I haven't hit it, because I could easily have ace king here, I could have easily checked aces, kings. So I'm gonna start betting on the king. I get called, and you know, having ace jack, I'm not gonna bluff. Like, he could still have a draw like ace 9, he could have, you know, some kind of pocket pair that beats me, but I have much weaker hands here that I can turn into bluffs. I don't think I'm gonna turn ace jack into a bluff, so I'm gonna check. And he has ace 5, so it's a draw, we beat that. Do you play poker full time? No, I don't play poker full time. You know, playing micro stakes, it's really difficult to play poker full time because I have tried it. So the money you earn from playing micro stakes is really, if you play it full time, it's enough to keep you alive. Like, you can definitely live that way. You can play poker full time at micro stakes, and you're gonna stay alive. You know, you're gonna pay your rent, you're gonna buy food, you're gonna have enough. But it's really not worth the stress, because it's gonna be really difficult for you to collect money and, you know, keep growing your bankroll, because you're gonna need to withdraw money all the time in order to, you know, cover your expenses, living expenses. So I think micro stakes should be used as a way to collect money. Like, you can do it, you can definitely beat micro stakes and build a bankroll, but I don't think you should do it full time. I think if you want to play poker full time, you should focus at playing higher stakes, because then you can actually, you know, increase your bankroll while also withdrawing money to live with. Because when the stakes are bigger, you win more money, and you can afford to do that. But at micro stakes, no, it's really difficult to. I mean, I'm not the best player, so I can't say it's impossible, but I have tried it, and it's not really possible for me. I prefer, like, you know, working and earning money from somewhere and just grinding on the side. Micro stakes are just a side grind. So here we have a full house on the turn. I'm gonna keep betting. I'm not gonna bet really big, because I have blockers. You know, I block the queen, and yeah, it makes the chance that he has a queen much less likely. And as we saw, even against a small bet, he folded. But I wanted to give him the chance to call with a flush draw, maybe hit his flush on the river, and then I was gonna, you know, earn a lot of money, because I had a full house. So if he had hit his flush. So yeah, as I was saying, micro stakes, I don't think it's something that you can do full time. Maybe you can do it, but I don't think you're gonna have the happiest of lives. But it's a good way to start, like, learning about poker. When you learn to beat micro stakes, you're gonna have very good fundamental knowledge about the things you need to know. And maybe then when you get some money that you're ready to invest, you can increase the stakes. You can play mid stakes, which is like I don't know, $22 to $100 tournaments. So, you know, $22 tournaments, $55 tournaments, $33 tournaments, $109 tournaments. You can play those, and that's you know, a good way to earn a living. If you're really good at it, you could win a lot, especially if you know, get lucky at some of the main events on the Scoop or the W Coupe, you know, that are in spring and autumn. There are some really great events. So it's all about, you know, how you want to live and what you want to do with your life. So in the big 440, we have King 9 suited. And by the way, where are you from, Erot? So King 9 suited, we have a limper from under the gun. This guy raises. I could use this hand as a bluff, but I'm gonna call. So it's kind of, you know, kind of on the edge, because we have a limp from under the gun, which is, you know, not to be underestimated. Then somebody isolates that limp, so, you know, those are pretty strong ranges. Now we hit a flush draw, which I'm gonna mix. Sometimes I'm gonna bet, sometimes I'm gonna check. This time it's a bet, so I'm gonna start betting. And usually queen high boards hit my range okay, I think, because I could easily have king queen suited, queen jack suited, ace queen suited. So I start betting, and both my opponents fold. That's okay, we just take the pot there with a flush draw. Okay, we have a break, and I need to take my quotes off of the balcony. So I'm gonna be back after the break. Where did I mute myself? Okay, here. Okay, I'm back. Some more tournaments started, so this one, it's not the 750 deep stack, it's the big 750. And we have another satellite for $1. Let's hope that we can, you know, last 45 minutes this time. That's what she said. I am from Albania. So you're a neighbor. I'm from Bulgaria. You know, we live on the Balkans. Queen 6 offsuit here. There's a guy that limped. I'm gonna attack him. This guy's taking a lot of time. He's probably in the restroom, in the bathroom. He's taking a piss, and now he has no time bank. So Queen 6, we're just gonna check, CF up. We have nothing, so, you know, we give up. We check, if somebody bets, we're out. One big blind bet. It's still enough, you know. Okay, so Ace King in the big 440. We're 230 spots off the money, which is, you know, still a long way from the money, but we are on the bubble because we're approaching the money. So we need to start making some ICM adjustments soon. And what ICM adjustments means is that there's a certain way you play and certain hands you play when it's the beginning of the tournament, when you just need to make chips. But the closer you get to the money, the more valuable the chips you lose become. Because if you lose all your chips, you're out of the tournament just before the money and you don't cash anything. So there's certain adjustments you need to make. You need to play a little bit, you know, tighter against raises. And at the same time, you can abuse people who have shorter stacks than you by playing more aggressive against them. So, you know, that's called ICM, independent chip model. And it becomes really visible when you play final tables. So, for example, on a final table, the chips you have are much more, the chips you lose are much more valuable than the chips you win. Because when you lose all your chips, you're out and you have no chance to make it further. But we're gonna mix bluffs here. Okay, so we're gonna bluff this time, make it 5 big blinds against a 20 big blind stack. Okay, some kind of bug entered the room while I was recovering my quotes. So yeah, as I was saying, on the final table, you need to play differently, because if you just fold more, you give the chance of somebody else busting before you, and because on the final table every place is a pay jump, you get more money if somebody busts before you. That makes it much more, you know, valuable for you to just wait and not play every single hand. So here we get called by the big blind, which is annoying, because I was 3-bet bluffing this guy. I wasn't hoping that somebody else was gonna, you know, get involved. So yeah, this guy jumps. We can easily fold now. We were just bluffing. This guy probably has a strong hand, so we can fold. He's probably gonna get called by this guy. At least I think so, because this guy usually has 8s, 9s, 10s in this position, or maybe ace queen, king queen suited. King 9 offsuit is a terrible hand though, even though he flopped a straight and he won, but it doesn't make it better. It's a terrible way to play. In the $1, we're just isolating a limber with jacks. He calls us. We have a pretty nice hand to start betting with. You know, the hand needs protection. We don't have a heart. Question is, do I want to go 33%? I'm gonna go 33%. I was considering going for like half pot, because, you know, the hand needs protection, as I said, but maybe we'll give him a chance to check raise us if he has ace 10, and we can then maybe just go all in. We'll see. Okay, he just folds, which is nice. Ace queen, great hand, raising it. What's going on here? I'm raising ace queen, I get 3-bet, and then somebody jumps. So, it's in a normal position, this is a completely easy fold. I don't have anything to think about. The only reason I'm thinking is because it's a $1 tournament, so people do random shit. But I'm gonna fold this time. I'm gonna give them credit. They have jacks and queens, okay. Even though I hit my ace, I gave them credit, which is fine. I made the right fold at the time. The consequences don't matter. The fact that I would have won doesn't mean that it's right to call. Here I defended king queen suited in the big blind, and now I have 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw, so I'm gonna call this bet. I'm gonna call once. Let's see what happens. Okay, we have a flush draw now. Let's check. Hopefully our opponent checks back and we can hear a flush. So now I'm blocking, ace of hearts is on board, jack of hearts is on board, and I have the other 2 hearts. So there's almost no chance my opponent has a flush. So I'm gonna check and hope that he bluffs this ace. He doesn't, he needs to check back. But if I had bet, there's really almost no chance that my opponent calls. Like maybe he calls with some aces, but I need to keep my range protected, especially with this hand. So I would have used it as a check raise to go all in. I just didn't have the chance because my opponent needs to check back. And actually, let's see what he checked back with, because it's kind of interesting for me. So yeah, he had king queen, and he checked back with queens. So yeah, I don't think he was calling if I had bet. So because a jack beats him, a flush beats him, an ace beats him, and he could have easily had a bluff there. So I could have let him bluff the ace, Queen 10 is definitely going to be a raise if everybody else folds. Against this raise, it's a big raise, and we're, as I said, on the bubble, so this hand could be used as a call or a 3-bet, but I'm gonna fold it this time because the raise size is bigger, and the bigger the raise size you're facing, the more folds you're gonna have. Like, the smaller the raise size, the more you're gonna play, and the bigger the raise size, the more folds you're gonna have, and this hand is just on the edge. And given the fact that we're approaching the money, as I said, you need to play a little bit tighter against stacks that cover you. So I have 46 big blinds, this guy has 56. So, he covers me, and I want to avoid getting into pots where I have marginal hands, like Queen 10 offsuit. It's a marginal hand, it's not a great hand. And I want to avoid this pot because I could get into trouble. Like, if he has King Queen, if he has Ace Queen, he's dominating me. If he has Ace 10 or King 10, he's still dominating me. So staying away from trouble is more important than trying to gamble and just see if you hit the card, There are much better spots that I can get into in order to win. So King 4 suited here from the hijack is a raise. I think it's the bottom of the suited king's range. Like, you raise every single suited king from the cutoff and the button. Like, if we have King Deuce suited, we raise it from the cutoff. King Deuce and King 3 suited, we fold from the hijack. And King 4 we raise. We don't hit the flop, we're gonna check. Out of position, we need to play defensively. Our opponent bets just 1 big blind. But, we're at the bottom of our range, so even 1 big blind, we're still gonna fold. 4-7 suited from the button. We raise it, we get called both by the small blind and the big blind, and now the small blind leads on a board that he's not supposed to lead on. So, we're just gonna fold because we don't have anything, but it's not a great play by him. Queen 10 suited now, it's an easy raise from the hijack. We get called by the big blind and we flop a full house, which is, wow. There's 2 ways to go about this. We can just bet 1 big blind, see if we hit. We could also check, and I think I'm gonna check this time because, you know, I just soak the board. Like, there's almost nothing that he can have, and maybe if I check, I give him the chance to bluff. He doesn't, so I'm gonna check again, give him the chance to catch some kind of a card. Maybe he had 8-9, now he has straight. It's gonna be good, because if he has a straight, he's gonna bet, then I'm gonna raise him a win. Maybe he has ace-7 and now he hits 7. You know, it's possible. He doesn't, so I'm just gonna bet the river, not really big. Hope that I get called by something at least. Okay, he folds. Well, we tried our best. Like, if I had trips there, like if I had ace-10 or king-10, I was gonna start betting from the flop. But the fact that I had a queen also makes it so much less likely for my opponent to have something, and that's why I just check. I will know now. No problem, Alexander. Ace-10 suited. We get jumped down from the small blind. That's an easy call. You know, 22 big blinds is just a standard position. He has ace-jack, which is like dumb. 3. Oh, nice. So we chop. Okay, we don't go out yet. Ace-9, another easy raise if those two guys fold. So we raise. If this guy jumps again, I'm gonna be mad, but I'm gonna fold. I'm gonna have to. Okay, so this guy leads, this guy calls, I have ace high, so nothing to do there. Where did the bug go? There was some kind of, I don't know, of a fly. It went somewhere. I'm gonna have to kill it later. Okay, so we fold here. Jack 5, easy fold. Let me get something to eat. I'm coming in a second. Okay, I lost some of my time bank. Here in the big 440, we have king 10 blind versus blind. We could raise, we could call, both are possible. I think approaching the bubble I'm gonna raise, because he's more likely to fold. It's gonna be annoying if he goes all in, because I'm probably gonna have to fold. I don't think I can call, but he folds, so we win this. That's nice. Ace king now. And somebody goes all in, so we're gonna have to call. Not really a decision. We have one of the best hands in the game, so whatever he has, even if he has aces, like, it's not a bad decision to just call. It's just gonna be annoying if he has aces, but probably doesn't. A6, so we dominate him. 91%, 95, and 100. So let's go. 25,000 chips. King 6 is gonna be fold. Here in the big 750, I called from the small blind when the button raised. And I flopped trips, which is, you know, it's okay. The big blind, again, the big blind does something he's not supposed to do. Like, he can't lead that board. He's not supposed to do it. I'm gonna call. I'm not gonna raise. In the $1 satellite, I'm gonna go in on the button with ace-9. Pretty standard. There's nothing else to do. I get called by King Jack, so 60%, 11, and 0. So we're out. I can't win $1 tournaments. It's too difficult, man. I just can't. My opponent here, he checked the turn, so he led the flop. I'm gonna bet really small because I have a full house, and maybe he's gonna call me with a 7. And maybe if he has a king, he's gonna raise me, and I'm gonna back raise at him, you know, with a full house. So I give my opportunity to win his whole stack. He just folded though, so he probably had nothing. He just bet the flop to see what's gonna happen. Try to get folds maybe. Which is, you know, that doesn't make any sense given that he's in the big blind and he has no... His range is not strong enough to do that. Like, it's not a good play from him. Let me eat. So here, I can call. I can also 3-bet. This time I'm gonna call. Top pair, not a great kicker. We're just gonna call this bet. Okay. This card doesn't scare me. He's not supposed to have many sixes from this early of a position. So on this card, I'm just gonna bet 33%. You know, protect against overcards. Also, I'm not, you know, I'm not supposed to bet very big because I don't have the best kicker. He calls me though. Now a club comes, so I'm definitely gonna check back. He leads though, which is annoying. He could definitely have ace queen, king queen. He could definitely have a flush. The bet is really small. I mean, I'm gonna call. I'm not expecting to win a whole lot, but I'm gonna call this time. Ace jack, so yeah, we caught him bluffing this time. It's not, you know, the greatest bluff by him. He doesn't have any blockers or something, but the reason I called there with 8-10 is exactly because he had ace jack. Like, the reason is not because he had ace jack, but he could have ace jack. He could have king jack. If I had 10 jack or 10 king, I probably would have folded, because by having 10 jack and 10 king, I have a jack in my hand or a king in my hand, which blocks the possibility or makes it less likely for him to have a jack or a king in his hand and be bluffing. So it makes it more likely that he has a queen and that he has a flush. But the fact that I have an 8 in my hand unblocks the possibility for him to have a jack or a king. It makes it more likely for him to be bluffing. So that's why I choose this hand to call with. Because I'm gonna need to find some calls. I can't just like, a queen comes, he bets, and I always fold a 10. I can't do that. I'm becoming exploitable if I do that. I can't always fold. So here I hit sixes, and you know, some guy raised, and the other guy 3-bet him, so it's an easy fold. But Yeah. I decided to show it. Jack 4, it's gonna be a fold again. Okay, so here we have 8-4 suited in the big blind. As I have said before, any suited hand could be defended against a min raise when you're in the big blind. So we're gonna defend here if this guy folds or just calls. Yeah, we're gonna see a flop. Yep, let's go. Okay, we hit an 8. That's against 4 people. That's probably not good. So if we see any bets, we're probably just gonna fold from the flop. Yeah, for example, this guy, he's betting 1,000 into 4 people. Like, yeah, it's possible. He could have Jack Queen and have a straight draw. But even if he has Jack Queen, he can hit a 9, he can hit a Jack, he can hit a Queen, he can hit an Ace, and have a better hand than us. And at the same time, the turn could be a 3. Let's say we call and the turn is a 3. And he bets again. I can't continue calling with an 8, especially with a 4 kicker. So there's no reason for me to call there. Like, if I call, I'm specifically hoping that the turn is an 8. And that's just not gonna happen often enough. So I can just fold this pair. Like, he's betting into too many people. It makes it almost like impossible for him to not have something at least. And a lot of the somethings that he has are better than mine. So here I'm jamming. It's actually an interesting spot because, you know, I can't explain it fully. It's just the way that I have studied a lot of pre-flop charts, and this is just the way that ranges work. So when you have a raise from the cutoff, this is a very wide range. And when you have a call from the button, that means that this person is capped. Because if this person had aces, kings, ace king, queens, jacks, he would have 3-bet. He wouldn't have just called. So that makes his range very, very weak. And the fact that I have a king and a queen blocking the strongest hands for this opener means it's more likely this opener has a weak hand. And this guy has called, so he also says he doesn't have that strong of a hand. So it's just most profitable for me to just go all in there. And sometimes I'm gonna get called, mostly by this guy in the first position. And I'm gonna have great equity, because king queen suited is actually a good hand, it's not a bad hand. And that's why it's just a no-win. So this guy limps now, I'm gonna isolate him with ace 9 suited. So yeah, that's basically the best I can explain. Okay, we have a first draw. I'm gonna bet, I'm gonna check sometimes. Mixing, this time check. We hit a flush, the not flush, obviously that's great. And both of these get checked. So I'm gonna start betting. I'm not gonna bet big. I'm gonna start by betting small. I get called by the big blind, which is good. And now I have the nuts. I mean, I had the nuts before, but now I have better nuts. No, they're not better. Okay, so this guy tries to bluff. Obviously, I don't expect him to call me if I raise, but just in case he does call me, I'm not gonna make the raise really big. Like, it's obvious that if I'm raising, I have an ace, the ace of spades, like no other ace. So I make it small so that I have a chance of getting called, but yeah, most likely this guy is just bluffing. Because, you know, by betting like that, he's representing, I have the ace of spades. Yeah, well, but it's impossible for him to have the ace of spades because I have it. So yeah. Let's see here. This guy checked in position on ace king 9, so I'm gonna start betting big with the 10-8. The big blind was not supposed to call. Basically how this spot works is this guy raised before the flop and I called from the small blind, this guy called from the big blind. And now I check, the big blind checks, and this guy checks back. He's not supposed to do that with an ace, he's not supposed to do that with ace king, with kings, with nines. So it means he's capped, and that's why I started betting, but the big blind calling was not, you know, what I expected, so yeah, he has an ace. That's why I didn't bluff, it's just, he's probably not gonna fold an ace. There was no reason for me to bluff there. It's just a spot where I tried to take advantage of the fact that this guy's range was capped. So capped means he can't have the strongest parts. And I tried to take advantage of that and win the pot, but the big blind just had a hand this time, so it happens. Okay, so now we have sevens, and we have an open from under the gun and a call. This guy 3-bet, so we're gonna fold. But if this guy hadn't 3-bet, I was gonna call. It's not a great call, because usually when you're that deep, you want to play squeeze or fold from these three positions against the raise and a call. But this time I was gonna call because at these stakes, people behind me are not gonna squeeze enough. They're not gonna 3-bet enough to punish the fact that I'm calling. But when this guy 3-bets, it's, you know, it's an easy fault. So this is now the what is it? 550 bounty better. Okay, I'm gonna register some more tournaments. The big 330, the hot hyper 330. Okay, I'm gonna fold here. I smell weakness. Okay, so the guy that I was trying to isolate folded. And now I have to play out of position against a guy that has a, or at least he should have, a pretty strong range, because I made it 3.5 big blinds, so for him to call, he needs a, a strong hand. I'm gonna check to him. He starts betting. I can't fold ace king yet. I mean, I'm gonna call. I'm gonna call once, see what happens. Turn is a queen. Not my favorite turn. Let's hope he falls down though. Okay, he continues betting. So it's completely possible for him to have king queen, ace queen. It's completely possible for him to have sevens, fives, eights, nines, tens, jacks. So I'm just gonna fold for now. It's kind of annoying when you can't see all 5 cards with ace king, because one of the the biggest strengths of ace king is that when you see all 5 cards, you're gonna have top pair around 45% of the time, let's say. But when you can't see all 5 cards, you can't realize your equity, which is annoying, but sometimes it happens. In the bounty builder, I wasn't paying attention, so I just raised 5-6 suited without looking, but there's a guy that has 0.3 big blinds and he's in for a bounty. So we're actually playing for a bounty now, and we have a good shot. I'm gonna start betting, because by betting I can get people out of the pot, and by checking I allow them to bet, and if they bet, I don't have the strongest of hands. Like, I don't want to call and hope to hit a 7. Obviously both guys call, so I'm just gonna slow down now. I don't need to bluff anymore. I don't think I'm getting more folds, and even if I do, like, I have 6 high, so I'm probably not gonna win the bounty. Okay, this guy continues betting, so I'm gonna fold. I can't call this. Too big of a bet to hope to hit a 7. Yes, these are screen 10, so this guy stays in. I have jacks. I'm gonna limp. Like, usually what I said, that you always want to raise first in. Yeah, that's true, but when you play a bounty builder, you want to play for bounties, and this guy folded. Yeah, you want to play for bounties, so usually I'm gonna limp a big part of my range here. Just, trying to play a lot of hands to see if I can get the bounty. So that's why I also need to limp when I have strong hands, to balance, my range, and make it so that when somebody tries to exploit me, like now, this guy sees that I limp, sees that this guy limps, he thinks, oh, they probably want to play for the bounty. I'm gonna isolate and try to play, try to win the pot, because they probably don't have good hands. Yeah, but I have jacks this time, so I'm gonna 3-bet back at him. I'm gonna re-raise him. I'm gonna make it 22 big blinds. If he goes away, I'm gonna have to call. I'm playing for his bounty, and there's also the fact that he could think this guy is bluffing. So yeah, I'm going ace 10, 71% against that, 81, 90, and I almost said I thought that we were gonna lose, but no, we have a set. So okay, we win a bounty. It's not the bounty that we wanted to play for, but it's still a bounty, and it's still 125. So that's 125-1. This guy folds again. This guy's limps, so he's bad. Just immediately. When I see somebody limp, I'm like, okay, this guy's bad. Even though I limped the previous hand. but I did it for other reasons. So I have the right to limp, they don't. If I limp, I'm the best player in the world. If they limp, they're the worst. It's just the way things work. Okay, so nobody bet anything all the time. Probably my queen is good, so I'm just gonna block bet, one big blind. See if somebody calls with a jack 10, for example. Maybe I can get some value. And we get called by worse, so nice. Let's see if I guessed his hand. And it's not jack 10, it's jack 5, but yeah, still, we got some value. Here we have 6-9 in the small blind, 4 spots of the money. I'm just gonna limp, try to see a flop. Okay, he lets me. We hit a 9, which is bottom pair on this board. It's not very, it's not a great hand, but I'm gonna check and I'm gonna call once if he bets. Well, depends on the size, but okay, now we have 2 pair. It's completely different story. I don't think my hand is good enough to check raise and then go all in with and play for stacks. But I think it's good enough to get 2 streets of value, so I'm gonna bet big on the turn and I'm gonna bet big on the river. Let's hope we get called twice. By something worse, not by something better. Okay, so we get called once. Annoying card because we could be beaten now. He could have a better hand, but I'm still gonna bet. Hand is strong. I don't think it's good enough to check raise. I don't think it's a bluff catcher. If I check call, that means that I'm turning my hand into a bluff catcher, and I don't think this one is a bluff catcher. It's a hand you want to get value with. If we get raised, we're probably gonna fold. We probably don't have the best hand if we get raised. Okay, our opponent folds, so we win the pot. So yeah, here it's important to understand that when it's possible that you don't have the best hand, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should check. Like if I check 6-9 because I think my opponent might have a flush, then what am I doing if he bets? Am I folding? I'm probably not folding. So that means that I am turning my 2 pair into a bluff catcher, which is like it's not very smart. This hand is not a bluff catcher. It's definitely good enough to bet, and sometimes you get called by worse. So I'm betting, and I'm completely okay with the idea that I could be beaten. Like it's possible I don't have the best hand, and if I get raised, I'm fine. I'm like, okay, you have a better hand. I'm folding. 6-9 suited here should be a raise usually, but these 2 guys are very short, so I'm gonna fold it this time. Also, we're 40 spots of the money, so I don't want to open a marginal hand into a guy that has 60 big blinds. Here the hyper started. I played some hands in it. I'm gonna c-bet this board as a bluff because I'm at the bottom of my range and I'm gonna win. So hyper 3, 30. This is an easy fold. In the bounty builder we raise jacking off or king jack off. Jacking off is a dumb way of saying it. Huge 3-bet. I'm just gonna fold. Okay, here in the marathon we have sixes, so we're gonna open. If the small blind goes all in, we're gonna have to call. Now with this guy behind us, it's marginal, but okay, he folds, so I'm not gonna have to make that decision. Sixes on this board against the button call, we're just gonna check. There's a big chance that we don't have the best hand. And again, we're playing out of position, so our range wants to play more defensively. We want to be more passive when we play out of position. It's a small bet, we're gonna call once. An ace on the turn, we check again. Okay, our opponent checks back, which is like, you know, I'm not gonna turn sixes into a bluff, but maybe if I had threes or fours, I would consider bluffing. So checking, probably gonna lose, but still. Queen jack, yeah. At least we didn't lose a lot. Like, he just bet 2 big blinds on the flop and that's it. Okay, so now we have nines, which is again a great hand. We're raising again. So this guy calls again. Now, if this guy goes all in, we're not gonna have a very difficult decision. Like, we're definitely gonna call in this time. Nines are much better than sixes. So this guy just calls. Wow, what is this? Okay, we hit a set. That's great. Again, we're out of position, so we want to play more defensively with our whole range. Yeah, this time we have a very strong hand, but we're still gonna check to protect our checking range. So we're checking, and if somebody bets, we can check raise him, because we have, you know, a very strong hand. Nobody does that. Nobody bets. So at this point, I'm just gonna start betting because I have a really strong hand. This board has some draws, so I need to punish people for drawing. And I also need to get value. So I'm unblocking a queen, a 10, I can get value from those hands. So start betting. At the same time, I'm going all in at another table, at the bounty builder, because this guy is all in for a bounty for 7 big blinds and I have king queen. He's dominating me, but it's 7 big blinds, like I don't care. 10! Not 10, okay. So yeah, we lost, but we didn't lose many chips. Here with the nines, I'm gonna bet again on the river. A big bet, trying to get value. This guy throws stuff, so he probably has a decision. He has ace king, wow. Why didn't he 3-bet? He just called before the flop. I mean, ace king suited definitely could have been a 3-bet by him before the flop. Jack 3 suited, you know, every suited hand we can defend in the big blind against min raises, against 2.2. From the button especially, the button has a wide range. And we hit top pair. You know, we still need to be careful because we have top pair, but we have a 3 kicker. It's not the greatest of kickers, but we're definitely gonna call the flop and just see what happens on the turn. So calling flop, another jack, great. I don't think we can lead this card, so that's why I insta check, because it's not like we have a range advantage around the jacks. Now something interesting happens. The flush completes, but at the same time we hit a full house. So this is a spot where we can definitely check raise, because we can give him a chance to bluff, like the flush. He doesn't, which is annoying. Another thing that we could have done is we could have block bet. We could have bet like, 20% or something like that, something very small that looks like a block bet, that, like we have something that we want to just get team value from and induce a raise from him. And then when he raises, we back raise him with a full house. But he is the check back, which is annoying. Let's see what he did it with. He did it with a7. So yeah, if I had bet big or huge, he wouldn't have called with a7. So why not check and give him the chance to bluff at least? Like, people with these stakes, they don't bluff very often, so it's not gonna happen that often. But still, he's definitely not calling when I bet huge, given the way that the action went. So 9-10 on the button is definitely a raise. Offsuit. And yeah, this is a flop that we have, against the big blind, we have more races than him, so we're definitely on continuation bet, even though we don't have anything right now, and he just folds. So, playing good poker doesn't mean that you don't bluff. It means that you bluff at, correct spots. So for example, one of the best ways to bluff is bluffing against the big blind, because the big blind has a very weak range. And here, I bet very small in this flop, and my opponent called. Now I hit an ace. I don't hit it, but an ace comes, and it's a range advantage card for me. But I'm still gonna check because we're close to the bubble, and I have a king high. I could still be good. Like for example, my opponent could have queen jack or jack 10 or 8-9. I could still have the best hand. Now my opponent bets, pretty big, representing probably a full house, and I'm playing the board, so I'm just gonna fold. Here I hit a pair on the turn. I mean, I continuation bet the flop against the big blind. Again, he called me. I hit a 10, so I swallowed down. And now I have 2 pair on the river, so I'm gonna bet. And my opponent folds. So we stand here. I bet the flop. I'm gonna bet the turn as well. And I'm probably gonna check the river back. Like, depends on the river, but yeah, actually no. Why would I check the river back? I could get 3 streets. I'm playing against the big blind. Like, if he has ace 5, ace 9, there are worse aces that can call me on the river. Ace queen here in the bounty builder. So against the big blind, again, we bet a lot. Very small bets, but we bet a big part of our range because the big blind just has a lot of misses. So we bet 10-10-3, we get check raised. We're not gonna fold yet. Like, yeah, our opponent could have a 10, it's not impossible. But he could also have a bluff, some kind of bluff. And we have a backdoor first draw, so we can't just start folding this. So 7 on the turn. If he bets again, we're probably gonna have to fold now. But he checks, which is good. Now, if he has a 10 and we bet, he's gonna either check raise or call, so we don't achieve anything. But if he has a bluff, we probably have a better hand than his bluff. So I'm just gonna check. See the river? It's another 10. Now if he has a 3, he has a full house, He checks. I have a good enough hand to take the showdown. I beat his bluffs. I'm not gonna make him fold probably if he has something, so we just check and see. And he has jack 6 offsuit, which is like, terrible. So we beat him. In the hyper, we have king queen. I limped from the small blind. Big blind raises. We're gonna call. See a flop. Hit nothing on the flop. Maybe I could have gone all in. Not gonna fold the flop yet. Blind versus blind ranges are very wide, so king queen definitely can call and have the best hand. Checking again. So now something interesting. I'm gonna fold here. In the bounty builder. So first we're gonna go in with ace 9. Like for 15 big blinds from the button, we just don't. Now in the bounty builder, I'm gonna make it 7. And the reason I'm making it 7 is I was giving the chance of, if this guy had called, okay, I'm playing for a bounty now, but I was giving the chance, if this guy had called and this guy had gone all in, that's a very annoying river. So yeah, let me explain that. So this guy raises, this guy calls, and I'm making it just 7 big blinds because this guy has 12, which means that I'm raising 5 big blinds above the 2, which makes it that if this guy goes all in after, if this guy calls and this guy goes all in after, I can isolate, I can reshove all in and get this guy out of the pot. While if I had made it bigger and this guy called, this guy would have gone all in and I would have only had the option to call. So I wouldn't have had the option to isolate. And that's why I made it so small this time. It's, just an exclusion because of the situation that I want to play for a bounty. And I played for the bounty and I lost the river, but whatever. Here we have tens. Tens are an easy 3-bet. Like we're making it 8 because we're out of position. We want to make it 4 times the original raise. Okay, so king high board. This is a board that I'm gonna c-bet a lot, so I'm starting with a bet. I get called, spade comes, I'm gonna check now, slow down, see what happens. Okay, our opponent bets small, we're gonna have to call because we have a spade. The fact that he bets doesn't necessarily mean that he has a king, so we could easily still have the best hand. So we call, check. And he goes all in. Which, is annoying. I'm gonna fold, even though I'm not really, happy folding, but I'm gonna have to. I just don't have the greatest of blockers. Am I deaf or is there no music in the background? There is no music in the background because YouTube has very annoying copyright claims. So I can just play music. I'm gonna get copyright strike. Besta szak. Okay, so here we're 4 spots of the money. We got a break now though, so I'm gonna be back after the break. Okay, so big 330 started. I am pretty sure you have music of your own that you could play. Yeah, it's right. It's true. I have a song. But I don't want to listen to it. And actually, the beat of my song is stolen from another song, so it's still gonna have copyright issues. Okay, so 4 spots of the money in the big 440. Soon we get in the money, then we win 3 all wins in a row, then we get to the final table, and then we win the tournament. That's the plan. We just need to execute it. So fours are not so great of a call after a raise and a call, so I'm gonna fold. You could make an argument that, again, we're not gonna get squeezed enough because the stakes are not, they're not so high. So we could call and try to trap, but I'm gonna pass this time. In the hyper, we have a straight draw. I'm gonna bet. Like, I raised and the big blind defended. Okay, we win it. Jack 6, easy fold. Queen 10 suited in the marathon. I'm gonna raise. Yeah, of course I'm gonna raise. Why did I think about it? Here we have 20 big blinds, blind versus blind, and we have ace 10. So I'm just gonna jump. Blind versus blind, when you get 20 big blinds, the offsuit ace part of your range becomes pretty often just a no-win. It's like, you need to do it. It's the best way to play the hand. When you get to ace jack, ace queen, ace king, okay, maybe you just start raising. Like, you don't just go all in. But ace 2 through ace 10, you can just go all in with. Here we have an interesting spot. 4 spots of the money. We cover both stacks on our left, so ace 8 is an easy all in. People just are not gonna call, except when they have aces. But even then, we are still, not out of the tournament because we cover them. So that was the important part. And they're not gonna have aces very often when we have an ace 8. Like, we block aces. Here in the hyper, I'm gonna just min raise. I thought about going all in, but this guy has 18 big blinds and that's a little bit too much. So we just raise, and on this board I'm gonna continuation bet as a bluff. Let's see if he folds. He doesn't. So okay, I have the ace of clubs, which means that if a club comes, I could represent a flush with the blocker. And I'm gonna continue betting because he didn't check raise me, which makes the possibility of him having a king less likely. He calls again though, and now he leads on the line, so probably has queen 10 or jack 10, easy fold. Now we have fours in the big 440, 4 spots of the money, a lot of fours, and I'm gonna fold 2 spots of the money now. You know so many languages. ¿Какво си хапваш? What are you eating? ¿Qué está comiendo? I am eating. Well, I finished it. I was eating a schnitzel from Kaufland with some French fries and bread. So all that's left of my food is just nothing, and two fries and a little piece of bread, but it's really delicious. I'm defending queen 8 here. This guy bets, he's fold. Here I'm gonna check raise. I have a straight draw and a flush draw at the same time. I'm gonna use it as check raise bluff. Okay, now if I had an 8, I definitely would have check raised it, so this 8 actually I think gives me an advantage, so I'm gonna continue betting. It's a bluff again. Going all-in at the same time here in the hyper. Okay, I got called again. Now I hit my flush, but at the same time there's a possibility that my opponent has a full house. So I'm just gonna check. Hopefully he checks back some kind of high card hand. Bets. Oh, it's it's annoying when he bets. And he bets small. I'm just gonna call. Like, I have a flush. Maybe he has a better flush. Maybe he has a full house, but maybe he has queen jack and just absolutely nothing. So we win that. Here, it's a very, very awkward spot in the hyper. I think I'm gonna go all-in, even though I'm not really happy. I just have 8 big blinds, so okay, against 9s. We hit an ace though, so that's great. We're still in the tournament. This guy's sitting out. Okay, I was gonna say that if those two guys folded, I can just call and win, but okay, we made the money in the big 440. We're in the money. I actually had a hand that I, thought about a lot, but I was showing another table, so I couldn't show it. Here on the exact bubble, this guy went all-in, so that's just one spot of the money. And I really thought about calling with king jack, but then I thought, like, what does he do it with on the exact bubble? It's probably ahead of king jack. It's probably ace king, aces kings. So I just decided to fold there and just get in the money, and then I'm gonna play. again, this is, you know, an ICM decision. In a normal spot, it's an easy call to go 5 big blinds with king jack suited, but so 3-bet bluffing here with king queen, squeezing. Let's see if it works. People don't usually fold to 3-bets in these things. Like, they do, they fold to 3-bets, but they don't fold as often as they should. At least, that's how it seems to me. Like, they call with really random hands. But this time they fold, so we win the pot. Like, for example, I've seen, you know, situations where if your opponent 3-bets, you're supposed to fold king queen offsuit. Like king queen offsuit, you just pure fold it. But I've seen people call with king jack offsuit, so people really don't fold. Here in the 440 we have ace jack, easy call, like this guy jumps. He has ace jack as well. Heart. No heart. So just a boring chop. Okay, 9-4. I'm not gonna play this. Like, it's too bad. In the hyper, we defend 7-9, suited, flop of flush draw, amazing. This guy bets just one, which is like, okay, it's a great bet. Can we check raise it though? Like, not really. I'm not gonna have a lot of check raises on this board, so I'm just gonna call. Maybe now I can check raise. We'll see. I got called. So I went all in with king 3 on the bottom for 5 big blinds, and I got called, and we're out. Here against the 2 big blind bet, I'm just gonna jump. Like, I'm gonna use the combo draw as a bluff. I got called by his king, and we're out here as well. So 2 tournaments we bust, one of them we cashed though, so it's okay. We cashed in the big 440 for 683. So I'm registering 2 more tournaments. I'm registering the Smash Nudity. Is it funny? It's a little funny, you know. Not a lot. I'm registering the 440 Bounty Builder and the $11 Bounty Builder. Alex, do you want to be moderator? Something's going on here. This guy is jamming 130 big blinds on the flop. Why not? King 6 definitely a fault. So this guy is called Supreme. I have a friend that calls himself Supreme on Steam. Maybe I'm playing against him. Why am I getting so much terrible hands? Actually, we're on the bubble here. I didn't notice. So, 300 spots of the money. We're still far away. Okay, so ace-3 here in the small blind. If everybody folds, I'm definitely gonna play. I'm gonna mix. Okay, if this guy limps, it's a little bit of a different story. So, okay, now it's easy. We just fold. It's a huge race. If this guy hadn't effectively gone on win, maybe I would have just completed as well. See a flop. We have king queen in the big 330. Suited. Davison. Who is this guy? I've seen this guy in the picture. I've seen him somewhere. Okay, we hit a king, which is nice, but still, we're out of position against two players, so we're usually gonna check a lot. We want to play defensively, so I'm gonna start with a check here as well. Protect my range. Okay, somebody starts betting. Maybe I can check raise. It's like it's a dry board, but we're really deep. So I'm just gonna call for now. Like maybe I'll check raise sometimes, but not this time. Now the turn is annoying because it's the only overcard to our king. I'm gonna check again. We're definitely not gonna fold if somebody bets because we have, you know, king as a pair. We have the nut flush draw, so we just can't fold. It's just annoying that we could be beat now by ace-9 or some other, you know, dumb hand. I'm gonna call, and we hit our flush on the river. Now, I really don't know if I should lead. I'm not gonna do it. Not with king queen. Okay, this guy does it. Maybe he has a full house, but you know we have the nut flush, so he has ace-10. So that's an easy call, and we win. You want to be moderator? Okay, let me check. How can I do it here? Okay, first I'm gonna defend 9-10. See a flop. И как бы, разбира се. Okay, I check. He bets one big blind, but that's still enough to get me out, so I'm gonna fold. Okay, let me see for the moderator now. How can I make somebody a moderator? Uh-huh. Alexander Velkov is now a standard moderator of your channel. Okay. I don't know what a moderator does, but Oh, so when does the Formula 1 season begin? I really want to watch this year. F1 2023. Schedule. Okay, let's see. So, no, not Formula 1 tickets. I don't have the money for tickets. So round 1 is in Bahrain. Okay, so previously, if I remember correctly, the round 1 always started in Australia, but now it's starting in Bahrain, and it's starting on the 3rd of March, so in 2 weeks time. Even 1 week and a half actually. So great. I can watch some Formula 1. Okay, Jack 8, I'm gonna fold. Yeah, it's just a period of the session where I'm not getting basically any playable hands on any table, and it's really important to not lose patience at this point when you play, because a lot of people they get bored. So when they get into this period where they don't get any hands at any of the tables, they start to widen their opening ranges. Like they say, I haven't played a hand in a while, I haven't played a hand in 20 minutes, I have, ace 7, I'm gonna play this time. Like, I want to play. And that's a big mistake. You shouldn't do that. You should always just stick to your ranges, and, cards are just gonna come. It's inevitable. For 7, I'm gonna defend, because it's a min raise. The bigger the raise size, the more you want to start folding the offsuit part of the range in the big blind. So for example, if he made it 2.2, not min raise, 4-7, I would have folded. I would have defended 4-6 because it's more connected. But against the min raise, I can defend 4-7, and now on this flop I have nothing, so I can just fold. Also, there's the added fact that this is a bounty builder, so when I cover him, he has 25 big blinds, I have like 90. So when I cover him, I want to call a little bit more, because if I hit some kind of 2-pair or trips or a straight, I can maybe stack him. I can get his whole stack, and his whole stack means that I'm gonna get his bounty also. And the big part of playing bounty builders is winning bounties, because they're basically half the prize pool, like half of the money that that's in the prize pool comes from knocking people out. So it makes the game a little bit different than normal structured tournaments. So here in the big 330, I raised pre-flop with ace-5. I was in the cutoff, this guy wasn't on the table, I wasn't in the hijack. So this guy called from the small blind, and now we have 2 pairs, so I'm gonna start betting. And this guy folds, unfortunately. Okay, here we finally get a hand in the marathon. We raise it, and this guy jumps 10 big blinds. We're basically at the bottom of our range. Like maybe king 8 suited is the bottom, but when this guy jumps, even though it's just 10 big blinds, we're still gonna fold, because from this early of a position, we're gonna have enough hands to defend with, like enough ace highs, enough pocket pairs to defend with. So we don't need to just call with every single hand. Like if we call king 9 suited, I'm basically calling like every hand, and I don't need to do that. And now we get kings, so we're gonna raise again, and this time we're definitely gonna call if somebody goes all in. We're not going anywhere. At the same time, I'm going all in with 9s. I have 12 big blinds, so I don't have room to just raise. Everybody folds though, nobody calls. Get ace 9. Okay, we're gonna come back to that later. Now let's see what happens with the kings. Let's hope somebody raises us. Maybe, yeah, okay, this guy calls. Now this guy can go all in with like 10s. Completely possible. Yeah, you can do it. Go, Dark Patrick. Thank you very much, no problem. I'm not sure this is the correct translation though. Like, before that you were doing good on the translation, but now it's a little bit off. Okay, so you know when you have kings, there's a 90% chance that an ace comes. I'm joking, but yeah, there's an ace, so we're gonna check the kings out of position, see what the player in position does, and he starts betting. We have the king of spades. Like, we could still be good when he bets. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has an ace, so we're gonna call. We're definitely not folding yet. Okay, we call. Five of spades, so maybe that slows him down. We have the nut flush draw, which is good as well. Okay, he checks back, which is good. I don't think I'm getting called very often by worse, so I'm just gonna check, use it as a bluff catcher if he bets, like decide if I'm gonna call. And let's hope he just checks back. Like, okay, he checks back and we win. That's great. King 3, we fold. Let's see what he checked back with. So he had pocket deuces. Okay, he definitely could have turned this hand into a bluff, but you know, that's a little bit advanced, so he didn't do it. Here with King Jack, I checked back the flop, then I called the turn, and now the river is terrible, so I'm gonna fold. Like, the stuff that I imagined him bluffing here on the river are missed gut shots. Like, if he had bet a jack or a queen that had a gut shot on the turn, he turns that into a bluff when the eight of clubs comes on the river. And I'm having me having a jack makes it less likely for him to be bluffing, so I just fold this hand. Here in the big 750, I have an easy all-in. I have 10 big blinds, king 10 suited. It's just not much of a decision, so we just go all-in, and hopefully we win. If this guy folds, we have 9 big blinds and we win 4. Like, that's basically half our stack. Yeah, we just win it without showdown. And if we get called, king 10 suited has amazing equity, so you know. I'm getting tired, man. And it's only been 2 hours and 30 minutes. I need to sleep more. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to go to university. And I have to get up at 7:30. Oh. Whatever, let's not think about it. Let's think about playing good now. So ace-9 on the bottom, pretty deep, so I'm gonna make it 2.5 big blinds as a raise first in. Okay. Is there an option for a moderator to watch without delay? I don't think there is, but you know, there is a way. If we speak on Discord, I can share my screen and you will watch without delay. But I will have to mute myself and mute you. So you decide. And why is it very important? Like, I'm intrigued to hear. Let's see here. Now we have a limp. The small blind complete. We check with a suited hand. We almost have a flush draw. Not exactly. Let me change the titles though. the titles are not right. So this is the 440 bounty, and also the $11 bounty. Okay, but those are 11. So we have 8. We're gonna raise. The queen 4 I'm folding because I have nothing. Okay, I got 3-bet. This guy just calls. I'm gonna call, see if I flop a set. Here in the big 330, I'm gonna use ace queen as a 3-bet bluff. I'm not making it 3 times, even though I'm in position. I'm making it 3.5 because 3.5, you know, not 6 but 7 big blinds, because we're really deep. So I want to give, I don't want to give great odds for him to just call with any hand. And now he leads on just 5-7, so he probably has some kind of pair. So I'm gonna fold because I don't have any spades. Kind of annoying, but I think I have enough stuff to call with there to be able to afford to fold ace queen offsuit. So 8 here, I called, we both checked, and this guy bets huge, like huge on this board. And I had my life, but you know, I'm gonna fold the flop just because I don't think people bluff enough. It's just a really huge bet against 2 opponents. Like, it's probably a pair that is higher than 8s. And even if I call, like, let's say he doesn't have an overpair and he bets like that, like almost spot on the flop, and I have betted, you have betted, he, she, it's a bet. Yeah, I probably sound like that, but it's the way English works. You need to speak the words, and bet has a lot of, like, the present simple is the same as the past simple, so, and the present perfect, so it sounds confusing. Let's see. So I won with aces. Nobody called me. Nobody wants to play when I have aces. Here I raised before the flop. I got called by the button in the small and the big blind. And now he bets pot against 3 people. Oh, so annoying. I'm gonna fold the flop again. Like, when people bet this huge, it's not really, against many people, it's not really, you know, very worth for me to call, because I don't need to defend a big part of my range. Like, when they bet so huge against many people, I don't need to defend a huge percentage of the hands that I could have in this spot. So I can afford to defend my, you know, only my best hands without being exploited. Like, I'm not losing money in the long run when I do that. Here I have ace king offsuit. I'm gonna 3-bet squeeze. Uh, 12, 14, so 15 big blinds I'm gonna make it. Like, you know, 4 times because I'm out of position, and a little bit more because there's another caller and the pot is bigger. So let's make it 15 big blinds. And if somebody goes a win, I'm just happy to call. You know, ace king is a great hand, one of the strongest hands. So we win it. So queen 7 sit here, I'm gonna call, see a flop, at least hope to see a flop. He raises me, I'm gonna call. Like when you limp in the small blind against the big blind, usually you're gonna get isolated, and you're gonna fold a lot of your trash hands. But suited hands, they're pretty resilient, so they perform well post flop. So you can call a lot of them. Okay, on this board I have nothing, so I just fold. King 7 in the 11 bounce builder. I'm gonna raise it if this guy folds. Try to play a pot. Okay, this guy raised, so I'm gonna fold. Min 3-bet. Not a great one. I wanna play music so badly, man. Oh, but I can't. Temptation in my heart. Na, 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 na. I have 7s in the big 330. So I'm raising. Question is, do I make it 2.2, 2.5? Okay, we're deep enough. I'm gonna make it 2.5. Like not that it matters so much, but you know, still. So I get 3-bet. This guy calls in the big blind. I'm gonna call, just see if I flop a set. I don't. Unfortunate. So we check to the original 3-better. Let's see if he bets. Bet and they have bet, he bet, I bet, then he bets and I bet. This guy, he uses, you know, pretty large size, so I'm just gonna fold. And he wins it. Jack 7 suited, it's a hand that I would raise if everybody folds before me from the cutoff. We're still a long way off of the money, so the ICM pressure is not that big. This guy jumps though, so it's an easy fold. Okay, here in the, what is it, the big 750, we have 10 big blinds, we have pocket 2s, so we just go all in, we run the hand, see what happens. I'm mostly hoping for folds with this hand. Like, I'm not exactly, you know, hyped when I get called, because if I get called, I'm just hoping that I'm flipping. I'm usually not gonna get called by something that I'm crushing, like maybe ace deuce only. So, faults are better, but still, if we get caught, we'll just see what happens. Okay, everybody folds, so we win some chips. Now we have 12 big blinds. And it's really important when you're short, like when you don't have a lot of big blinds, to not panic. Like don't start thinking that the game is over, like you're out of the tournament, there's nothing you can do. Because I have had a lot of tournaments, and if you play right, you're gonna have a lot of tournaments that you just get short, you have patience, you wait for good spots to go win, and you're gonna find yourself pretty often just coming back from the short stack and building a stack again. And with that stack, you can actually win a tournament. I haven't exactly won a tournament, but I think I have had a tournament where I had like one big blind, like not kidding, I had one big blind, and I started, doubling up, and I finished third. So, everything is possible. The fact that you're short doesn't mean that you're gonna stay short forever, and it doesn't mean that you should go all in with any two cards in hopes to get your stack back. Like, wait for good spots, good opportunities. And so King 7 suited here. He's a raise. Okay, press something, I don't know what. I flop absolutely nothing. So I'm gonna check to the original, to the guy in position. And we hit a 7 on the turn. Here I'm in the Bounty Builder 11. This guy raised, and I made the mistake of just calling, so that allowed 3 people behind to also call. I'm gonna check, even though I have an overpair, because there are just too many people in the pot. With the King 7, let's hope this guy checks. Okay, he bets. He didn't bet before, he bets now. Here with the jacks, everybody checked behind, so I'm gonna start betting. I'm gonna bet big. Well, I mean, I'm betting into so many people, maybe I should bet small. Okay, something in the middle. So I'm folding King 7 because the guy in the big blind check raised. Okay, everybody folded. We have King 9 suited here. I'm gonna raise it. Okay, we take it down. Okay, I'm playing a hand here with Jack 8, where I check back the flop against the big blind. He bet 33% on the turn, and I called, so I'm not gonna value bet the river. I don't think it's good enough. He has Queen 10, okay. We just win it. Meanwhile, I busted the big 7-15. I went all in with ace 10. And some guy had ace 4. And he had a full house with ace 4. King 9. I'm gonna isolate a limper. Okay, everybody behind the code. And this guy just jumps to the flop. Oh my god. So yeah, very questionable place. Okay, here I raise pre-flop, both the blinds called. I'm gonna start betting with this hand. I have the ace of diamonds, so you know, starting as a bluff and abusing the fact that people play weak ranges and that they're gonna fold more. This one is a fold. Here ace jack suited for 15 big blinds against the under the gun. I'm gonna just call. I'm not gonna go all in. There's another guy that calls though. So I'm still gonna call. I'm not gonna squeeze. Okay, I hit the pair. That's great. I'm probably gonna have to commit to it. So this guy bets huge. Like that's a pretty big bet. I'm just gonna call. Like being in the big blind. The fact that this guy checked, yeah, doesn't mean that he has nothing. So he could still do that. The annoying part is that, you know, the annoying part is that people don't bluff. That's the annoying part. This guy could easily have queens, kings, aces. And, you know, this guy could easily have pocket nines. So, you know, usually when you have 20 big blinds and you have top pair, top kicker, you have to commit to it. But I'm gonna fold this time, usually, because I don't think people bluff enough. So this guy can have easily over pairs and yeah, queens. I was not so worried about this guy, but mostly about this guy. So yeah, we made a nice fold there. We folded ace jack. So now we have king queen, and king queen is gonna be an all-in, like for 12 big blinds, however you look at it. Yeah, this guy raises from the button. You know, the button has a very wide range for raising, so king queen is like definitely good enough to just bet. And he folds, which is nice. Jack king here, I continuation bet against 3 people. And I got called by 2 of them, so on the ace, I'm gonna check, see what they do. Like, see what this guy does actually, because this guy's in a small blind. Okay, we have trips now. That's great. This guy bets very small. I'm gonna raise him. Like I don't know how I bluff here. Like when I raise, I'm basically saying, okay, I have a jack, but you know, yeah, I don't expect many calls here. I don't know how I'm bluffing in this spot, to be honest. It's one of those spots where it's really difficult to be bluffing. So let me look at that hand again. Mechanic Spider. So this guy, yeah, I don't think he's very good. He bet huge on a pot on a board where he shouldn't be betting huge, like the Jack high flop. He shouldn't have used that big of a size on the flop, because that's exactly what happens. When he uses that big of a size, he gets himself committed to a marginal hand, because yeah, he has a Jack, he has top pair, but he's got a 10 kicker, and the ranges that he's forcing himself to play against by betting big. So if he bets small, he still keeps some hands that he beats in the ranges of his opponents. But when he bets this big, like he did against two people, like he's forcing himself to play against hands that beat him. So he does. I explained that on the last stream. The purpose of a bet is to get called by worse or to fold out better. And what he's doing by betting so big is he's getting called by better and he's folding out worse. So he's doing the opposite of what a bet is supposed to do. Nines here. And we're gonna have to call this. Like, we're 100 spots of the money, so still a long way to go to the money, and nines is a really, really good hand, so we're gonna have to call here. And let's hope that we win. Okay, sixes, great news, 88%. Not a great turn, but a great river. So let's go. I'm sorry, Supreme. So 27,000 chips, which is 27 big blinds. Very nice. Let's see if I can register more tournaments. Like, I don't know which ones, but okay. So there's the Hot 440 starting in 20 minutes. I'm gonna do that. Hot 440. And the Hyper 550, that's also a really good one. So the turbo tournaments are really good because people that play them are usually people who don't have patience, and when you don't have patience in poker, you're usually not that great of a player. So the fields are ones that we can beat easily. There's a huge win on the bounty builder with 5-7, 8-10, and ace-3. I don't know what's going on, but this guy won 2 bounties, so yeah. Congratulations to him. We have King 5 suited in the marathon. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna see a flop. As I've said many times, against min raises you can defend any suited hand in the big blind. So King 5 definitely in there. Now we flop a 5, which is not great. Like, not very likely to be the best hand. We have a bet by this guy, and it's a pretty small bet, which is good. Like, this is how you're supposed to bet when you bet, because okay, when this guy raises, we have an easy fold. But imagine that this guy had folded. If this guy had bet big, I would have pretty easily folded a 5. He's betting big against 2 people. But when he bet small, and if this guy had folded, I would have considered calling, because I have a 5, I have a backdoor flush draw, and I have a backdoor straight draw. So, he makes it much more likely that he gets called by worse when he bets small. If he has, let's say, ace-queen or king-queen, or even ace-10. That's why small bets work so well, because you keep weaker hands in. You don't get, you don't just make weaker hands fold. So he bets small again, and he has king jack, which is the nuts. Let's see what he gets called by. He probably got called by still. So we have a break, and I'm gonna be back after the break. Okay, I'm back. I got disconnected from OBS for a second, I think, or 2 seconds. So, yeah, 2 seconds. So now the delay isn't 4 minutes, the delay is 4 minutes and 2 seconds. I don't know why that happens, because sometimes I get disconnected from PokerStars as well, like while I'm playing. Just I still have internet connection, so everything that I do that requires an internet connection still runs. I don't lose connection in any other services that I'm using, but I just get disconnected from PokerStars sometimes, and it also happens sometimes with the OBS. I don't know why. Here I have nothing, so his fault. It just is again his fault. Let's see. Man, I'm really excited to play. I don't know why, I just love the game. Okay, so Ace King in the 440 bounty builder. Why have I typed it like that? It's not the correct way. It should be like that. It should be bounty builder 440. Makes a huge difference. You don't understand. Okay, so Ace King. It's gonna be a 3-bet. Like, I'm not just gonna call with Ace King. This guy calls also, so yeah, we would have made it 8 if this guy had folded. Now there's more chips in the pot, so we make it 10. Okay, we get called, so we're gonna have to play out of position, which is something that I hate. But you know, on this flop, I don't hate it so much. I'm gonna start with a small bet, because this board is one that I'm gonna continuation bet a lot, like with a big part of my range. So, you know, when I'm gonna bet something a lot, I'm gonna bet it with a small size, so that I can, you know, get away with my bluffs more cheaply. Cheaperly. Is that a word? I don't know. I'm gonna bet again. I'm gonna need to use a larger size though, because you know there's a double flush draw on the board. I can just make a small bet and allow flush draws to draw. My opponent folds, which is, you know, it's fine. Here in the marathon, I called in the cutoff with Jack 10 suited. I flopped 3 tens, which is amazing. And I started with a check. This guy bets. It's amazing that he bets, because it's very likely that he has something, and that something is more likely to be a king than to be a 10. So I'm gonna check raise, not very big size. You know, he's pretty short, so I don't need to use large sizes. He falls though, unfortunate. Here we're flipping for a bounty in the... Okay, we hit a 6, so we just win. So another bounty in the bounty builder 550, which makes it 250 that we won in bounties now. Amazing, and we have aces in the marathon, so I'm gonna min raise because there are a lot of short stacks behind me. Not because I have aces, but because there are short stacks. Everybody folds, yeah. Unlike. So Jack 10 suited raise in the big 330. Temptation in my heart, no. We get 3-bet. It's a little bit of a, you know, a bigger 3-bet than what he's supposed to do, but Jack 10 suited is a pretty nice hand to call, so, and we're deep, so I can hit straights, flushes. I can also, you know, hit absolutely nothing. That's fine. So if he bets, I have nothing to do here. Nothing except fold. Yeah. Congratulations, dude. A6, raising pre-flop, playing against the big blind, so 33% continuation bet. Usually gonna win it. Okay, so an ace on the turn. Usually that's a very heavily favored card for me. Like, this card hits my range much better than it hits his. So I'm gonna be betting this card usually pretty often. And the fact that I have an ace in this case is amazing. So it just adds, it's a bonus. So I'm getting a bet in. And now, you know, yeah, my opponent could have ace-10. And he could be like, you know, calling the flop with ace-10, ace-high. Now he has an ace, and he beats me. But I'm still gonna value bet this ace, because if I don't value bet this ace, like, I don't think I have enough value bets to offset my bluffs. So what I mean by that is, yeah, he has exactly ace-10. Okay, it happens. But from time to time, my opponent is gonna have an 8. So let's say I bet the flop and he has an 8, he calls. And then the ace comes. So I bet the ace, and he knows that this ace is a range advantage card for me, and I'm gonna bet it a lot. So he calls with an 8 again. And then I bet the river. So there's a big chance that if he has an 8, he thinks, okay, I don't have an ace here very often. He's supposed to bet this ace very often, because it's a range advantage card for him. I need to find calls. So he's very likely to find some calls with an 8 there. And that's why I value bet the ace, because sometimes I get called by worse. And yeah, sometimes I get called by ace-10, like it happened, but... In poker, as I've said many times, you don't need to focus on the result in the current moment. You need to focus on making good decisions in the long run, and results are gonna come. So I kind of value betted myself in this particular case, but it's no problem. 7-8 suited, definitely a strong enough hand to raise. We get 3-bet. We're gonna defend against the 3-bet. It's a normal size 3-bet, and we have a suited connector, so those are the ones that we're gonna wanna defend. Now we get even better odds to play when this guy calls. Again, I don't think just calling a 3-bet is a very good practice. I think you should always, not always, but most of the time, you should either fold or 4-bet. You shouldn't just call. But that's his decision. We almost have something. Like 3 to a straight flush even. But we actually have nothing, so if this guy bets, we're gonna have to fold. In the $11 bounty builder, we have 10-8 suited, so we're gonna raise. Okay, so I'm out of position, I have straight draw. I'm gonna mix between betting and checking. This time I'm gonna bet. I get one call. Yeah, the raise is annoying. I don't want to get raised. I'm gonna have to call. Like, this guy has a bounty, I cover him. see if I can hit a jack or a 6. There's an argument for going Cohen. This guy does it. Okay, so I think I have to go here. Like, given the fact that there's a bounty in play, and I've already invested 8 big blinds, I'm gonna have like, I don't know, 35% equity at least. So yeah, I think I have the odds to go here. It's not the best, 26. Yeah, I'm up against a set, that's bad. But I hit the straight, so you know, we got lucky here. It's not the best spot. I don't really love the spot. Don't really love the bet on the flop. Don't really love the race, the call, nothing. Like, I don't love anything. But we got lucky, so I'm not complaining. We won another 250 in a bounty. We get 3-bet again. So, you know, suited connector, I'm gonna have to defend it. We're pretty deep, so almost hit a straight. Okay, this bet is really big, so I'm just gonna fold. You know, I have a lot of stuff that connects with this board better than 7-8, so I don't need to defend this good shot with, you know, just an 8. And, you know, my opponent could easily have a king, so even if I hit a 9, I could still lose. Queen 8 suited, definitely defending. Okay, we flop a first draw, nice. This is a board that I'm gonna check raise a lot if somebody bets. So especially when the two guys goes, I'm gonna squeeze here with the first draw. Okay, so we get one fold. This guy min clicks it back, so it's, you know, that's a really bad play in my opinion. He just says, okay, I have a king. I have a king and I want to get the money. That's what he says. So I'm gonna call, I'm gonna see the next card. It's an 8. So, you know, now it's becoming a little bit questionable if he bets whether I should call with the first draw. Okay, the bet is really small, so yeah, I'm gonna call. If the bet had been bigger, I would have considered just folding, but this is a really small bet, and now if he has some kind of a first draw, like a better first draw, maybe ace high first draw, I beat him because I have a pair of 8s. So it's definitely a call, and now we hit the flush. So let's hope he has a king. He doesn't. Oh, I mean, he could have it actually. He just checks when the flush comes. So we win, which is nice. And let's see what he had. He had the king, yeah, king queen. I don't know why he bet so small on the turn, but he definitely gave me odds to cover a first draw there. So we isolated this guy. This board is pretty dry, so I'm gonna bet small and hopefully win it with a bet. Okay, he called. We turn a good shot though. I'm gonna use this good shot as a bluff, so I'm gonna bet again. I get called again, but I revert my straight, so again I'm getting lucky. And he jumps, I have an ace call, he has 6-10, so he has a straight as well, but I have the better straight. Okay, so a sequence of really, really wacky hands. I love getting wacky actually, so I have no problem with that. Okay, so ace queen in the bounty bidder 550. This guy raises. I I could use this as a 3-bet, I could use it as a call. There are some short stacks behind, so I'm gonna use it as a call. Maybe if somebody jumps and this guy folds, I'm gonna be able to call and play for a bounty. So both guys check to us, and I have a, good enough hand to try to take showdown. It's not weak enough to start bluffing. It's not strong enough to start betting. So I'm just gonna check, see what happens. Try to take it to showdown. Okay, the small blind actually just goes all in on this card, which is, I don't think it's a good play. Here we have an easy decision. 13 big blinds all in. We have sevens. It's a bounty. It's a fake flip, like 8-9 offsuit. What is this shit? And he hits the fucking 8. Oh my god. Okay, we don't win the bounty. Ace queen here is an easy fold. Let's see what they have. This guy has 3 deuce. This guy has a straight. So yeah. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. I was at the gym yesterday and I hadn't trained chest and shoulders in like 2 weeks. So, it was a really intense workout. I got really tired. Here, we're actually 23 spots off the money. 23 spots off the money. We have Jack 10. And we have Ace Jack, 30 big blinds against the button, so, just an all-in. It's a standard spot, nothing to think about again. Our opponent folds, which is nice. I mean, I don't know if it's nice. Maybe if we get called by Ace 10, it's better, but still we win the pot, so. 4.5 big blinds, it's a huge raise, so, usually we can defend suited connectors in the small blind, but this is a huge raise, so I'm just gonna fold. And I'm also folding Jack 10 because this guy jumped for 30 big blinds, so I can't call. Now we have Jacks. And we have 20 big blinds. Here is a spot where, we're 20 spots off the money. So if we jam and get called by kings, let's say, it's gonna be, annoying. We're not gonna cash, we're probably gonna go out. But still, we can fold jacks. Like, it's better to go all in here and have a chance to win a huge pot and have a huge stack, going into the money than to, just call and play it safe. It's not the way poker works. Like, yeah, you're gonna miss out on some cashes sometimes, but you need to go for good spots when they exist. So if we had, like, if we were, let's say, 3 spots of the money, and we had like 5 big blinds, okay, maybe we can fold. Because when you have 5 big blinds, if you double up, you're gonna have 10 big blinds. It's still not really that much. So it's better to play it safe and, just min cash. But when we have 20 big blinds, we need to go for this spot, because if we get called and we win, and we can definitely get called by worse there, we're gonna have a 40 big blind stack, like 44 big blind stack even. So we can't deny ourselves the opportunity to have a big stack and, make a run for the final table just because of a min cash. So here I raise before the flop. Blind versus blind is that. I continuation bet the flop, and now I'm basically betting turn and going all in on the river. That's my plan. Yeah, that's an annoying river, but we have the Queen of Clubs, so we're kind of blocking flushes. I mean, it's not impossible for him to have a flush, but I don't think we can check this. Like, I'm not check folding, so we can get called by worse jacks, we can get called by a 10 sometimes, maybe. Okay, this time this guy folded. Jack 10 suited in the marathon. Again, 12 spots of the money, so really close to the money. We're gonna raise. This guy raises before us though. Okay, big blind is sitting out, so I'm gonna call. Try to see a flop. We actually cover this guy. Like, we have more chips than him, so we can afford to do that, to play pots against him where we call and just see, even though we're close to the money. So he starts with a check out of position, playing defensively. We have a great hand to just try to take the showdown. Like, we have a pair of jacks, 10 kicker. It's not a great hand to start just blasting and, betting. It's not, weak, so we need to bluff, so we just check it. We try to see all 5 cards and get to a river for as cheap as possible. He starts betting the turn, that's not great news. But we're gonna have to call once. Okay, so 6 river changes basically nothing. So if he has ace king or king queen, he still beats us. And if he jumps, I don't think I'm gonna, yeah, he basically jumps by doing that. So 8 spots of the money, I mean, it's not very likely he's bluffing. Even if he is, I don't think this is the best hand to call with, because I have a 10, like what is he bluffing with? 9, 10, queen 10, ace 10 maybe, like misdraws. So I don't think this is really a good hand to call with. And that's why I'm gonna fold. Not really think about it. In the bounty builder, we have ace king. There are no short stacks behind that we need to trap. I mean, there are short-ish stacks, but not short enough for me to just call. So we 3-bet ace king. We also have ace king in the $11 bounty that we're raising from the button. And some guy 4-bets. So yeah, against this 4-bet, I mean, we're gonna have to go all in. It's ace king suited. Yeah, especially when this guy owns, like, he has a bounty, so we definitely need to go all in. And if this guy has aces or kings, well, there's nothing we can do. So we go all in. He calls us. He has kings. This guy has ace queen. So we need a jack. Jack. No jack. Okay. So we go out. Well, happens. Ace queen in the marathon. So I have a table here that I didn't even notice. It's the hot 440. Okay, we have an all-in. Like, somebody all-in, 4 spots of the money. I'm gonna call it. I have ace queen. I mean, yeah, it could be ace king, but it could also be 9s, 10s, jacks. It could be king queen suited, I guess. Ace king. Queen. Okay. So this guy bubbles because of us. Raise and a call. We have ace-10. We are gonna have to defend it. See flop. I mean, have to is a a strong way of saying it, but we're gonna do it, even though we're on the bubble. So that's a very dangerous flop. We hit an ace, but we lose to any jack. We lose to ace queen. We lose to ace king. We lose to ace jack. And this guy, opened for murder position, so it's gonna be a difficult spot. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna check and see what he does on the turn. Hopefully he checks. Another bet is not gonna be very appreciated. Okay, he checked. That, gives me some peace of mind. I guess I'm gonna block bet here. And I got called by worse somehow, maybe king queen or queen 10. Here we can play for a bounty in the 11 door, 250 with 10s against ace king. He hits the king. We need a 10. No 10. Okay, that's fine. So let's see what we got called by. King queen, yeah, exactly. So okay, we won that. It's a nice spot to win, right on the bubble. So we have 50 big blinds now, entering the money, which is a great spot. Here we have king queen. I'm gonna raise. This guy goes away for 50 big blinds. Okay, so that's a lot of big blinds, and I'm definitely not calling them with king queen. And nobody else seems to want to call. I have a interesting spot here in the bounty builder for 40. So we're 600 550 actually. This guy limps, this guy isolates him, and I have 6s. I'm gonna call. It's it's a huge raise size, like it's big, and it's big because he's trying to isolate the guy who just called the big blind, the limper. And I know that I have to exclude some hands from my calling range when he does that, but I'm gonna exclude more of, the offsuit like king jacks and king queens, and I'm gonna keep the pocket pairs because pocket pairs are really easy to play. Like we're in position now and we have 6s. Okay, if we had hit our 6 and had a set, we would bet. Now we don't have a set, so we don't bet. It's easy to play, at least, if nothing else. This guy starts betting. 6s are probably not good, so we just fold. In the marathon, we're just one spot of the money, and this guy raises, so we're gonna have to fold. But if these 3 guys had folded, I was probably gonna go in with this hand. Okay, we complete the small blind versus blind in the 11 bounty, and we get isolated. We're definitely gonna call with this hand, see a flop. It's good enough to play. And this flop is shit, so yeah, just fold. King 10. could be a good hand. When this guy raises from such an early position though, we're just gonna have to fold. Especially when there's another cover. So yeah, as you see, poker is really not that difficult. You just need to warn your pre-flop ranges, like from what positions you play what hands. And after that, it's, just applying it, having patience, understanding a little bit about post-flop mechanics, like what parts of your range do you want to bluff, what parts of your range do you want to value bet, and things are just gonna happen. So micro stakes are not that difficult. Ace king suited here, definitely a raise. Wait, I'm not showing it. In the big 330. Okay, so we're playing against two people. Now this board, it's an annoying board. I'm gonna check. Like, I could start with a bet. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna start with a bet because it's very likely that I have the best hand, and people, they just don't know how to check raise bluff enough. So I don't think I'm gonna get check raise bluffed very often. If I get check raised, it's more likely to be, a value hand. So this guy, okay, we're in the money in the marathon. This guy check raises, and the other guy calls. Now, usually people don't just call if they're bluffing, so it's probably not a bluff. But the check raise is really small, and I have the backdoor flush draw into overcard, so I'm gonna call as well. Now the turn is a 5, which is, scary. Especially when the big blind is in the hand. Okay, he jumps. I mean, I don't really see him bluffing here. Like, what is he bluffing with? Maybe 6-7, use 3, 3-6. Okay, possible, but this guy check raised, so he's the one who should be making calls, I think. So ace 10 with 15 big blinds from the hijack. It's not exactly 15, but still, I think it's short enough to where I can just go all in and not really worry about it. So the hyper is starting. Let me put hyper 550. Okay, this guy jumps before us, 18 big blinds. I mean, it's a little bit too much, so maybe ace jack is gonna be a call here, but ace 10 I'm gonna pass. I'm 3-bet bluffing from the small blind against the button. With ace 9 off. I'm gonna c-bet this board. Hopefully get a fold. No fold. But the turn is a king, which is, a great card for my range, so I'm gonna bluff again. I'm gonna bet again. And probably shut down on the river. Like, I have worse hands to bluff with, I think. So yeah, he calls me again. This means I'm gonna shut down on the river because I'm gonna have worse hands to bluff with. And he could have jack queen, He is the jump, so yeah, I'm just gonna fold. Okay, 6 big blind pre-flop raise, not a great raise size. King 10 offset in the big 330. We're just gonna raise. I don't think it's good enough, strong enough of a hand where we can just go all in. But it's definitely good enough to try and steal the blinds, especially when the small blind is sitting out. So we don't have to go through 5 people, we just have to go through 4 people. So yeah, we get some blinds. Here we get 3-bet, but it's a really small 3-bet. And I'm gonna mix some 4-bet bluffs. So yeah, I rolled a high number, so I'm gonna 3-bet 4-bet bluff. I'm gonna make it 11.5. And he goes all in, so yeah, we're gonna fold. I went all in the B330. Everybody folded. Very short in the big blind. We want to play for that bounty. Maybe he jumps now. Okay, he does, so we're gonna isolate. Like, we have absolutely no problem if this guy calls, because we're gonna play for 2 bounties then. And Jack 10, you know, it has good equity, so 4-3, okay, so this guy hits a 3, 9? No, 9. Okay, so 4-3, you know, wins. Kind of ridiculous, but so ace 4 suited, I'm gonna use as a 3-bet bluff. I just lost very annoying pot. I'm gonna show it in a second. I just need to click all the buttons because there are a lot of buttons to click. So okay, 3-bet bluff doesn't work. I river a straight here. He bets. I'm gonna raise. No, I'm just gonna call. He has a straight as well. Okay. So here we have ace 5 suited. I'm gonna use it as a 4-bet bluff. I'm gonna jump. So we get a fold. Nice. In the $11 bounty. So there are too many things going on. We have ace king, and I'm gonna 3-bet. And after that, I'm gonna show what I meant by annoying hand that I lost. So we 3-bet. Here, you know, we defended our big blind, and we hit a king. Check. This guy bets. We have a king, so we call. We hit 2 pair on the river, so he bet small. We just call. We have 2 pair, and he hit a straight, so he beat us. But you know, it happens. This guy folded to our 3-bet when we had ace king. I'm gonna isolate this limper with king 8 suited. Ah, fuck, this guy jumps. Okay, we're gonna have to fold. We have kings in the high. So we 3-bet. Okay, we get called. We called from the small blind here with 5s, and we hit a set, which is nice. Kings, we're gonna continuation bet. Okay, we get called. So we're gonna bet again. We want to get the money in. I'm gonna bet 33% again because the board is pretty dry, like not a lot of draws. You know, the flush completed, but we still have kings, so I'm gonna go all in. And I lost something. I didn't see to what. We're all in with tens here. I'm gonna re-enter the hyper. We lost with tens to eights. Okay. Here I isolated a limper with jack 6 suited on the button, and we flop a first draw, so I'm gonna bet. Start betting. Okay, we win. Here we have a... So, I 3-bet him before the flop. I bet very small on the flop. And now a deuce of spades comes and he just jumps, which is like dump. I'm gonna call. He has ace jack. I mean, yeah, give me the fucking flush. That's such a bad play, Jet. You can't just donk jump like that on a deuce. Not purple, but you know, red. So, okay, I didn't exactly see. I'm gonna have to see on the recording later. Like, when I went all in with kings in the hyper, he called me with something and he beat me. Maybe he had a flush. I don't know. Possible. So I need to write down that I re-entered the 550. Okay, 9-8, 9-8 suited. It's gonna be a race. Like, there are a lot of short stacks behind, but still. Brag back. He causes. This flop, you know, it's annoying because he has more flushes than us usually. I'm gonna check this hand. Yeah, I hope that this would be a 7, but okay, we're gonna have to call this. It's a small bet. So we call, jack on the river. He checks though, so I'm gonna actually bet. Like, I could easily have a jack that I checked on the flop to protect my checking range because it's a monotone board. So I'm gonna use this hand as a bluff. It's the bottom of my range. So yeah, okay, we bet, we win. For 5, I completed the small blind because this guy limped. I hit a 4, now I have a flush draw, so I'm gonna check again. I'm gonna go into check calling mode. Yeah, this guy bets, so we're gonna call. We can hit a 4 for trips, we can hit a 5 for 2 pair, we can hit a diamond for a flush. Definitely not gonna go anywhere yet. We'll see a river. Hopefully, if this guy doesn't just raise now. The river is a queen, which is like, you know, a river that we're gonna have trouble winning on. So 10 just wins. The Doyle Bronson hand. Okay, we have jacks now. This guy is really short in the big blind. We're gonna min raise. Hope he jumps. He insta folds though. Ace 3. Easy fold. You know, something crazy is going on in the marathon. There's like tons of wins. So 6s against ace queen, 6s hold. Let's see how that happened. I actually missed it. So here we have a raise, and this guy just jumps. Yeah, he has like 15 big blinds, so it's completely okay. This guy has ace queen, so he also jumps. Yeah, completely standard hand. I have 6-4 here, easy fold. In the hyper. Okay, queen 10 here. Like, if this guy jumps, it's gonna be difficult. He doesn't. So, you know, I'm gonna check. Like, as I have said, in the big blind, when the small blind limps, you need to play very polarized. So you need to raise your completely like trash hands, like 4-8 offsuit, 9-3 offsuit, and your best hand, you know, ace king, ace queen, aces, kings. The hands that are in the middle, you just check and see a flop. So I'm gonna check again. Queen high could very easily be good. Now he bets after I check, and I really have nothing to keep playing it. Keep playing with here, so I'm gonna fold. Okay, Jack 10 offset is a fault against underdog raise. So yeah, this guy limps. I wanted to isolate him, but this guy did it before me. If I had 10-9 suited, maybe I would call here, but 10-8 I'm gonna fold because, you know, isolation makes it a really big raise. So I need to be careful about hands that I call. I mean, maybe 10-8 suited is okay. I'm not really sure. But, you know, those are close spots. Okay, what is this, man? He just clicks it. Yeah, I'm gonna call. Like, there's no hand that I'm raising, and I'm falling to a click. So I'm gonna call. And depending on the size, maybe we'll continue. Oh, he doesn't bet. Wow. Okay, so this guy makes it 3 times the big blind. I'm just gonna fold. Ace 8. Okay. I would have had a flush draw. And I would have had a king. Okay, I check here. I checked because, you know, I had a backdoor flush draw, and I could have had a spade to see if I have a flush. He makes one big blind bet that I'm gonna call. It's just too small. I have 2 overcards, I can still hit something. He bets one big blind again. Okay, I'm gonna fold here. Maybe I'll defend some king queen, maybe I'll defend some ace highs, but king 9, okay, like, you can win. Okay, every suited hand is a defend in the big blind. So we call, we see a flop, and we see that we have failed to hit anything. We have an easy win here in the hot 440, so 30 big blinds. We just jam against a raise and a call. Get called by ace queen. Hits a queen, so we're probably dead. Yeah, we're dead. So we're out of that. We 3-bet squeeze here with ace queen in the bounty bidder 11, and we get called by the small blind. Why do people call so much, man? You need to 4-bet or fold. And now he dong bets the jack high board. Oh, so like, okay, so I'm gonna fold, you know. I'm gonna have ace king to defend with, like, if I need to defend ace highs. I'm gonna have pocket pairs to defend. I'm gonna have some jacks that I could have hit. So definitely better hands than ace queen there. I'm gonna have ace deuce from the cutoff against the under the gun. I think I could just fold this. I don't need to defend it. Here we have jacks. I'm gonna mix between call and a 3-bet, mostly towards 3-bet though, so yeah. I'm gonna 3-bet this time. So 2.2 times 3 is 6.6. I'm gonna make it 6.5. It's basically the same. Not that big of a deal. I need to close the hot for 40. It's not a part of my tournament now. If he goes all in, we just call. Like, it's not a really difficult call. Jacks are a really strong hand. Okay, so this is a board that, you know, I'm gonna have a lot of checks on, usually. So I'm gonna use the jacks as a way to protect my checking range, and I'm gonna check pocket jacks like top set here as well. Now king comes. Cool. He checks. You know, the king is usually a card that I'm gonna start betting. So I'm gonna start betting. Thinking about my range here, not about my particular hand. You know, obviously my hand wants to bet and, you know, get the money in. And my opponent folds. Jack 6 suited could be raised if everybody folds. So here I'm defending king queen suited. Jack 6 I'm gonna fold because somebody raised before me. King queen suited in the big blind. Okay. We have top pair. We have a good shot. We're definitely gonna call at least once, like even twice. So call. A4, checking again. We're playing against an under the gun raiser, so we need to be careful. He could easily have ace king, he could easily have aces, jacks, nines, queen 10. He bets really big on the turn, which is, you know, not a bad bet. It's a good bet. There's a double flush draw on the board. He can have jack, you know, king jack, king 9 suited. I'm gonna call. This is not a hand that I'm gonna fold. Hopefully this diamond slows him down and he checks. And let's hope he has some kind of a worse hand, even though it's gonna be really difficult for him to have a worse hand here. I mean, given the way he bet on the turn. And he just goes over in the river. Oh, I hate this. So yeah, I'm definitely folding here. I'm gonna have jack 10 of diamonds, jack queen of diamonds, 9 10 or 9 queen of diamonds. I'm gonna have king jack, I'm gonna have king 9, I'm gonna have queen 10. I definitely have a lot of stronger hands to go with here, so including straights, flushes, two pairs. I'm even gonna have some sets. So yeah, definitely don't need to call with king queen. Okay, we have a break. I'm gonna be back after the break. So yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. So let's see now. 133 players. So yeah, we're still a long way off the final table. we have some work to do if we want to reach it. We have 30 big blinds, which is, you know, a really reliable stack. 30 big blinds. It's probably where we start going all in from the small blind a lot. So, you know, if we see any raises from the cutoff or the bottom, yeah, like we do now, we're probably just gonna have to go all in. So we jump. It's just the way to play the hand. There's no other way. Like, there is another way, but it's not as profitable. So we win that. Nice. Okay, my food is ready. Coming in a second. Okay, jack 10 off. Raising. Oh, I'm gonna eat some chicken with some rice. My favorite. Okay. Nice. Nice in the $11 bounty. We're just gonna raise. I'm actually thinking about, you know, maybe it's too early for that. I need to make some videos first and get consistent at streaming, but I'm thinking about creating some kind of a community. So let's say a Discord group where, you know, people can share hands or share some experiences. Here I could go both ways. I could check, I could bet. I'm gonna start with a bet this time. If he has an ace, like I'm unblocking an ace, so if somebody has an ace, he's probably gonna stack anyways. Yeah, as this guy, he goes a win. I have a set, so this guy also raises. Like, I have a no-brainer, just go. So first draw is king, and we beat them both. So yeah, nice. We triple up basically. But nice. And this guy now has 15 big blinds, so he's kind of short. And he has 438 as a bounty. So we need to be on the lookout for collecting his bounty. He jumps. Okay, I can't collect his bounty with king deuce when there's two people also, so I'm gonna have to fold here. This guy's probably gonna call. Yeah, so fives against his queen. Let me eat. I'm going for win in the hyper. No. 8. No, wait. So, okay. It looks like nothing's gonna happen in the hyper tonight. We have queens here. Obviously, a raise. It's very... Okay, I'm gonna call, obviously. But it's very interesting if this guy had called. Would it be better for me to go all win? Or would it be better for me to trap, like call and just, you know, be like few helmet? Oh, kings against queens here, and queens actually hit a queen, and queens actually win. Wow. Annoying setup. Annoying setup for the guy with kings actually. Okay, every suited hand in the big blind we can defend, especially this one. It's a good 5-7 suited, like it's connected, it's suited. We flop nothing though, which is fine. We're just gonna check fold, because you know this board. Yeah, there's a high chance that our opponent c-bets it, continuation bets it. So we fold. Here we have something interesting. So no bets have been going on, and the board turns out, you know, a straight. And we have a jack, so maybe we can bet, and some people are going to be like, oh, he's trying to get us off a chop, and maybe they'll call. So I'm gonna bet 900, you know, not too big, because I don't have so many jacks in my range. Like I don't have a huge advantage around the jacks to be betting huge. And yeah, we get called by you know, by someone who doesn't believe us. So let's see what he called. What he called with? He called with come on, with 10-9. So yeah, unfortunate for him, he flopped top 2 pair, but he lost in the end. Queen 9 suited. That's, you know, that's gonna be a race. I don't know if this is the best race, but like I don't cover anyone besides those two guys, and those two guys are really short. So okay, it's the best race in the world. I take my words back. Like obviously it's a great race. I flop trips. Like why would it be a bad race? I'm gonna start with a check. I'm gonna try to check raise. Okay, it doesn't work. So let's see if the big blind starts betting. He doesn't. People, why don't you bet? Why don't you bet when I have something? Okay, I'm gonna bet small. You know, it's not a board that I'm gonna bet really big on usually, so considering my range. And small bets may induce check raises, you know. This guy may think, okay, what is this guy doing? Can check raise? He doesn't. So, you know, we have a full house, but we can't get any value. There's an argument for, you know, checking again, checking on the turn as well. I could do it. It's not out of the question, but this time I didn't. There are some satellites starting in 6 minutes. There's a satellite for the Sunday million, but not the Sunday million that costs 215. That's gonna be this Sunday. There's another Sunday million that costs $109 to enter. So it's still a good satellite that I'm gonna play. So I register it. It's 220 to enter. And I'm gonna start betting here. Okay, that's not a good bet when I think about it now. I mean, yeah, I hit my straight. I'm gonna continue betting, even though I don't know how my range performs here. I think the bet on the flop is not very good. Like, given what my range looks like. So yeah, obviously I'm betting 3 streets. I started betting, so it jumps. I mean, I have a straight, so I'm gonna call. There's a straight as well. So we chop. King 7 here in the big 330. We raise it, we take it, nice. That's about as good as it can get. I won an interesting pot in the marathon. So here I defended the big blind, and flop gave me a flush draw, and I mixed. I'm not gonna check raise all the time, but this hand, it has a 4, so it can hit a 3 or a deuce for extra equity, like to turn a straight draw. It can also hit a heart, for a flush, so I decided to use it as a check raise bluff, and my opponent folded, so that's nice. We just take it down on the flop with a check raise. Ace-9 in the 11. I'm gonna raise and definitely call an all-in from the small blind, which doesn't happen. Okay, 10-8-6. I have a 9. I would love to hit a 7. I don't want to get check raised though, so I'm gonna check. King comes. King is, a good card for me usually. This guy bets. Can I turn this hand into a bluff now? Can I raise it? maybe sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna mix. 17, so I'm just gonna call. See what happens on the river. If he checks, I think I'm gonna bluff this river. And if he doesn't, maybe I'll do it again. Okay, so he bets pretty big. I have a 9, so I'm blocking 9-7, I'm blocking 9-jack, and I think I'm gonna turn this hand into a bluff. I'm not blocking any flush draws, like missed flush draws, so I'm gonna turn this hand into a bluff. Let's hope that he has something that he can fold. I just have a great blocker, you know. The 9 is, yeah, a great card. So that's a really nice bluff. I really love that. I could easily have ace-jack there, I could easily have 9-jack there, 9-7. Well, 9-7 not so easily, I mean I checked the flop. So maybe 9-7 is not that easy for me to have, but I'm definitely blocking the opportunity for him to have 9-7, so that's something at least. So where is it? Yeah, here. We have the 20 million set. Jack 10 suited. Definitely gonna raise it. Definitely gonna call on a win. You know, at this point he has 3,000 chips, which is like half a starting stack, a little bit more, and he has a bounty, so we're pretty deep in the tournament. Okay, again, great board for me to check. I'm gonna have a lot of checks here, so Jack 10 I think I'm gonna include in the checking range. A king on the turn again, so that's a card that I could start bluffing, and I mean I think I'm gonna start bluffing at it. Meanwhile, I'm going all in on in the 330. I get called by his queen. It's annoying because, you know, this guy had like 12 big blinds or something like that. I got a fold with the Jack 10, so we won that pot. Защо Саша е модератор? Ами, така се случи, че му се даде такава титла. Автомонитор, наистина. Спална са титлата. Here the limp is coming from under the gun, so I'm gonna fold. I could consider, you know, isolating the limper, but maybe if he had limped from a later position, then I would have done it. So here I have 9 big blinds, I have ace 8. That's basically a no-win. However you look at it. And I have aces in the satellite. I'm gonna 3-bet. We get a fold. Here the queen 10 suited, 11 big blinds again. All in. Okay, this guy limps. We're gonna isolate him with the 6s. Try to get a one-on-one pot against him. Oh. So 6s here. I raised pretty big before the flop, trying to isolate this guy, and this guy calls from the big blind, so it's, you know, it's really likely that he has a strong hand. So I'm gonna check 6s. Strong hand, what I mean by that is high card hands. So king queen, queen jack, 10 jack, you know, hands that hit the board well. I think I'm gonna have to call here. Like, I have ace 8, this guy jumps to a big blind, king jack, so we're 57% favorite. He hits a king, what do we hit a 9, so nice. We won the pot. Now we have 36 big blinds. Back to the 6s, I'm gonna check the turn as well. Yeah, the turn. So I'm gonna check the river, basically I'm into showdown mode. This guy bets 4. What does he do it with? Maybe he does it with a 10, like ace 10. Maybe king 10. I think I'm gonna have better hands to call it, so I'm just gonna fold. Here I limped, completed the small blind against the big blind, and this board, you know, it's scary, but I'm gonna have to call. The turn is worse. I'm gonna check again. And now we have a straight on the board, so yeah, basically we're probably gonna chop. I'm gonna check. He jumps. Also like. I don't think he has that many 9s in his range, so I'm gonna call. 6-8, okay. Chop. Here I'm gonna fold 3s. I mean, I raised it so I could play against this guy for a bounty, but now that this guy called and this guy also raises, I'm gonna fold 3s. So we lost 2 big blinds, but I'm gonna live with it. So king queen, king jack, ace 9, yeah, a lot of overcards. This guy won $11 in bounce just from that hand. Okay, I'm at a table where I have some players that I played against and that are good, so it's gonna be an interesting table. We get ace king in the satellite. So we 3-bet out of position, so we make it 4 times. Let's hope that okay, I was gonna say let's hope that this guy finally decides to, you know, play back at us, because last time when we raised him he just folded, but he folds again. He has discipline, he's not angry. Here I raised queen 10, I got called by this guy on the button, so yeah, this hand against a guy that I know is kind of good, he's gonna play the correct ranges, so this hand is definitely not a bet against him. And he's probably gonna bet now, I can't call, so okay, he checks. Now the big blind, yeah, is probably gonna bet, because this board favors him. And I still can't call, so we just give up. And this board favors the big blind, because the big blind is gonna have a lot of the low cards. He's gonna have a lot of 3-6, 9-3, 9-4 suited, 5-7, 5 deuce, like all the strong hands on this board. The big blind is gonna have them, and we are not gonna have them, because I raised from a very early position, and this guy on the button called me, so he usually needs to have a strong range to call me on the button when I raise from early position, so we're not gonna have those spewy hands that make good hands on this board. King queen suited, and I'm just gonna jam it. I'm just gonna go in for 13 big blinds. I could, you know, min raise it and try to play post flop, but maybe I'm gonna do that at 14 and 15 big blinds. As soon as we hit 13, like I'm gonna start just going all in. He has good equity, so, and you know, it's gonna be really annoying if I just min raise it and then somebody jumps on me, because I'm gonna have to call, but calling an all-in is not the same as going all-in, because when you call an all-in, you're for sure you're gonna have to run the cards. You know, if your hand has, let's say, 42% equity on average against the opponent's all-in range, when you call, you just take that 42% for sure. But when you go all-in, okay, maybe your hand has 42% again against the range that they're gonna call you with. But the difference is that there are gonna be times when nobody calls you. So all those times when nobody calls you, you're just gonna win chips. And the times when they do call you, you have 42%. So it becomes a winning spot. And when you raise and you call, you put yourself in a position where you're always on the 42% chance. You never have the chance of just, you know, everybody folding. So I raise ace queen here, and we flop great. I could start with a bet, I could start with a check. Again, it's fine to do both. This time I'm gonna check. And I'm going to go in at the same time blind versus blind here with king 9 suited. So here, this guy bets. I'm gonna check raise him. Okay, a king. King is not my favorite card, but It's a card that actually hits my check raising range, so I'm gonna bet 33%. And I'm gonna go all in on the river. If he has ace 10, he's beating me. If he has jack queen, he's beating me. If he has king queen or king jack, I'm beating him, but he's probably not gonna call. But if he has ace jack, I'm gonna get val. So, I bet. And let's hope we have the best hand. Ace jack, one time. Ace jack of diamonds. Ace jack of diamonds for the call. No call. Which means that we had the best hand, so, you know, we won a nice pot. If I had the chance, if I had an access to a solver, I would definitely look up this hand, like with the ace queen, because I'm not sure. Like, I think when I check raise there, on the king turn, I definitely have to continue betting, but I'm not really sure about the size. Like, I chose a 33% size because my idea was that my whole range. So basically, what I'm check raising there, it's a strong ace, or it's some kind of a good shot. Maybe I'm check raising jack queen, king jack, like some kind of good shot. And when the king comes, my ace x hands already have an ace, so they're gonna continue betting, and my king queen hands have a pair of kings. My jack queen becomes a straight. So basically, I'm gonna hit this king with my raising range that was for value, and the part of a range that I was bluffing with on the flop also hits this king. So the idea was that because my whole range hits this card, I'm gonna range bet this card on the turn, with, and that's why I chose a small size, because every time you hit a card that hits your range and you're gonna, you know, continue betting it with your whole range, you need to make sure that you're protected enough and you bet small, because if you bet big, then, you know, your bluffs become not really profitable. 78 I wrote, so I'm gonna 3-bet nines. I'm gonna show it though. In the satellite, I'm 3-betting nines against the cutoff. I get called, so this board, I could bet it, I could check it. This time I'm gonna bet small, like 25%. Okay, we win. Great. Queen 5 suited, it's a fold. So 70 people left here. This is maybe the best tournament we have for today, the best chance of reaching a final table. Ace 10. Okay, so here, this guy has 12 big blinds, we hit top pair, so he has a bounty, we just jump here, and if he calls, we run it. Okay, he doesn't call. Ace-10 offsuit, we can easily fold against a 3-bet, even when it's small. You know, we're raising under the gun, so this is the bottom of our range. Like Ace-9 offsuit, we're just folding, so Ace-10 offsuit is the weakest face, and when we get 3-bet, we can just fold it easily. I'm gonna check. I mean, I'm gonna have to call once. I have a king high. It's blind versus blind, so ranges are really wide. And king high could be good. Now when he bets the turn like that, I can just easily fold. King 10 suited here. Okay, we fold for draw. I'm gonna mix. So this time I'm gonna bet. Usually I lean more towards a check here. But you know, when I roll 8-7, it's a high number, so. I get check raised, you know, I'm just gonna call. Yeah, maybe calling was a mistake, now that I think about it. Because I could have just went all-in on the flop, like when I hit the odds. Now it's an awkward spot where I don't have the odds to call, but this guy also has a bounty, so it's a fucked up spot. I'm gonna fold. I should have, you know, looked at it more carefully and probably should have gone all-in on the flop. Sometimes I just forget that I'm playing a bounty builder and I need to look at the fact that people have bounties and not just play, you know, cheap EV. Because the bounties, they change the way you should play certain hands. But that's my bet. So the structure of this satellite is a little bit better. First, it's not a $1 satellite, it's a $2. So that makes it, you know, more likely for me to win because I can't win $1. We saw too many times today. And second, the structure is like every blind level is 5 minutes long. So it's not so fast. Because the $1 satellite, every blind level was 3 minutes long, and you know that's really fast. Blinds were increasing really quickly. Is it suited? Okay, everybody folds, so we just win some chips, which is fine. Okay, here we're gonna have an interesting spot. So this guy raises, we have a 6. which is, you know, my least favorite ace. I hate ace6. But we're gonna have to defend. And we fold nothing, so it's gonna be easy this time. We just fold if he bets. So yeah, he bets, we fold. In the bounty, we raise king queen. We hit a queen, king, I mean. I'm gonna mix, this time I'm gonna bet. Okay, so he calls. I have jacks here, but everybody folds. So basically I'm gonna bet, you know. Okay, I'm gonna go in the big 330 with threes. I have 8 big blinds. Against ace 10, so he flops an ace, another ace, 3. No, 3. Okay, we're out. Jack 8 suited. This guy just min raises blind versus blind. This is really bad. Like, usually you should make it. If you're gonna raise from the small blind against the big blind, you should make it pretty big, like 3, 3.5, 4 even big blinds. Depends on the stack size, but he could have easily made it like 3.5 big blinds and it would be okay. Here he bets, I'm just gonna call. Like, I have a jack, I have the backdoor flush draw. Easy call. Now the 9 of hearts is not a great card. Thankfully he slows down. I'm gonna check as well, because I have the perfect hand to try to get the showdown. You know, hand that is not strong enough to bet, but definitely not weak enough to turn into a bluff, so we just check. That's not a great river. Hopefully he checks, and we can just show. He bets though. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not impossible for him to have an ace. People in these stakes really love to min raise ace-x, like blind versus blind. And he could have hit it, so I'm gonna fold. You know, I'm gonna have some other hands that I can call with. So we go here, we complete with this 9. Here I'm gonna make an exploitative all-in. Here I bet, just it's a dry board. There's a big chance he has missed it. He goes though. The exploitative all-in is here, where I jam ace-8 offsuit against a limp and a min raise. And yeah, everybody folds. I gave up on this 9 deuce. He bets, so I'm gonna fold. Tens, isolating a limper. He goes all in, I'm gonna call. I mean, I have tens. This king queen, which is like, I don't know what he's doing. So yeah, give me them chips, boy. Let's see, king 7 suited on the button. Okay, the board is ace high, which is really nice, so we can continuation bet it, like with our whole range. And yeah, we just take it down. King 7 is gonna be a fold. King jack here, I raised, big blind called. We have top pair, so again, we're in a spot where we go for bet, which means bet flop, bet turn, all in on river. This guy bets before us, which is, you know, considering he's in the big blind and his range is gonna be weak, not a great play. Actually, it's even, you know, a bad play. He bets again. I'm just gonna jump. Like, there are weaker kings that I want to punish, and you know, the board got a little bit wetter. Like, there's a first draw, a 10, a jack, a 7 could, you know, make some awkward stuff happen. So I'm just gonna protect. So he has king 10, and we win, which is awesome. Some more chips. I'm raising jack 8 in the bounty builder, jack 8 suited, because I covered the big blind and I covered the small blind. I want to, you know, play hands against them, try to get bounties. I don't get called by them, I get called by these guys, but... So, you know, on this board I'm gonna have a lot of checks usually, so I'm gonna mix this. Yeah, I'm gonna check it this time. Like, I could bet it, but, you know, I'm not gonna bet it that often, so... Now when this guy bets, you know, this big against 3 guys, it's kind of scary. I can't fold yet, I have, you know, an 8, so I'm gonna call. Okay, I have 2 pair now, so I'm definitely not folding. And I'm gonna go all in. I don't think checking achieves much, I don't think he's gonna bet, so I'm just gonna go all in, hope that I get called by something, maybe pocket nines that don't believe me, I don't know. Maybe ace 8, maybe king queen, king 10 that he decides to bluff on the flop. Ah, wait, king queen and king 10 beat me actually. Okay, good thing you thought it. Yeah, when you know the rules. Okay, kings, and this guy has 5 big blinds in the big blind, so amazing. Let's hope we can win his bounty, or maybe this guy's bounty, because he has $6. Okay, he goes all in, great. Yeah, I'm gonna call, no doubt. Yeah, you can call as well, like, no problem. Call it. Okay, against 8, so 80%, 91. Okay, 100, we got it on the turn. Let's go. $6 bounty, nice. Meanwhile here, I raised 4 big blinds to isolate limpers, and this guy called from the big blind. Now he bets this board, it's really strange. I think I'm gonna just jump. Like, just take my hand. He has queen 6, which is like the most random hand ever. Oh my god. Like, what are these guys doing? So, there are 2 limpers. I raised to 4 big blinds. Like, isolating the limpers. And this guy just decides to call with queen 6 offsuit in the big blind. And then this happens. Okay. Zlatni ręce, demontują свічку потом. Автомонтер, супер розбирач. Okay, so sixes here. I'm just gonna call like maybe sevens. I'm gonna start jamming against a raise and a call from various positions, but sixes I'm just gonna call. Try to flop a set. Don't really want to go all in with that. So this guy bets huge. I'm just out. Okay, we get jacks in the satellite. So I'm gonna isolate the limper out of position. And this guy, we just saw him. Yeah, maybe I should have made it bigger. Like I saw this guy calling with queen six, like 4 big blinds with queen six off. So when I have jacks, I probably should have made like 6 big blinds or something like that. I'm gonna start with a very small bet here. Like I have the jack of hearts, and I'm gonna check the turn. Okay, so he bets. I'm gonna call. Here I'm all-in for 20 big blinds from the button. Ace7, ace8, and ace9 offsuit could easily be all-in for 20 big blinds from the button. So again, it's a standard spot. It's not really. Okay, here this guy has random shit all the time, so I'm gonna call. If he has a king, okay, I get called by his jack. Please give me a 7. 7. No 7. So yeah, I'm gonna call. He has a king, even king 5. He even has 2 pair. The most random hands, man. Okay, so we're out 54th, which is like $20. It's annoying if we get called by a jack, but yeah, it happens. People just palm with hands. Here I limped because this guy's really short in the big blind. I want to see if I can win the bounty. Let's write here $20.89. So this guy goes all in. I have 5 high, so you know, I'm out. Somebody else is gonna get the booty. I'll register another hyper, because hyper turbos are really fast and they're worth to play. So here this guy won with 7-8. What is it? The running hearts. Did he get a flush? Yeah, he got a flush. And he had a straight down on the flop, so yeah, let's see. This guy had jack deuce, so top pair. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, I'll be back after the break. Okay, I'm here, I'm back. Back for some more. There's not a lot more left, but some more poker. So basically we have the satellite that we have 13 big blinds in, and we have the bounty builder 11, where we have won almost $9, and we're 150 spots of the money. With a decent stack, we have 50 big blinds. It's a decent spot. We can definitely earn some more bounties and get some monies. And I've registered also a hyper that starts in 3 minutes, but that's about it. So when I finish those 3 tournaments, I'm probably gonna end the stream. So that will be it for today. Except if there's something else that I want to register, but I don't see anything. Like anything that I register from here on out is gonna go like, if I'm gonna make a deep run, it's gonna go like 6 more hours or 8 more hours, and I can't afford that, so I don't have that time. So yeah, basically those are the 3 tournaments that are left. We're gonna see what happens. I need to fix that. Like I had a period where I streamed on Twitch, but I didn't really like the platform, and my overlay is still the overlay that I used when I streamed on Twitch. So under the name of the tournament that I'm playing, there's a box, there's a gray box that usually I used for the Twitch chat, but now the YouTube chat doesn't appear there, so it's just an empty box, and it looks kind of odd. So maybe I'll need to change the overlay. I don't know. I'm really, if I gotta be honest, I'm really not into design, like whatever kind of design. So it's really annoying for me to have to deal with overlays and thumbnails. Like if somebody noticed, like the thumbnail of my first video, it's completely off. Like there's an arrow that was supposed to point towards some cards, but I fucked up the resolution, so half of the thumbnail is like, it's not visible, and it looks really strange. But so this guy makes a huge 3-bet, and the reason I mark him in red is because it's not really thoughtful when he does this. So obviously this guy's short, and he has some kind of hand that he wants to play for the bounty with. So he 3-bets. Okay, that's fine. But the size that he uses is like, he says, okay, I have a really strong hand, everybody get out of my way, I want to play for the bounty. Well, if he had aces or kings, he wouldn't do that. He would probably make it smaller to induce more aces behind him. So basically when he does that, he says that he has a strong hand, okay, but it's not the strongest of hands. So when I have, for example, jacks here, I'm not gonna be like, ooh, does this guy have, yeah, exactly, he has nines. So, a strong hand, but not the strongest of hands. And if I had jacks here, as I said, I wouldn't have any worry in the world. Like, I wouldn't be like, ooh, does this guy have queens, kings, aces? Ooh, I need to be careful. No, I would be like, okay, this guy does not have queens, kings, or aces, so jacks are the best hand. And I would easily go all in. And it's small details like that. When you notice them, I just immediately mark him in red. And Like I know his hand already, just by the way that he raised, just by his size, because the size says a lot about his strength. He does not use, one size that he uses for all of his hands to balance. He uses different sizes with different hands, and different sizes mean different things. So once you start thinking about the way his emotions work, so because he's probably scared, he doesn't want to make a decision with nines. He doesn't want to raise small and then have to make a decision if somebody goes all in. He wants to just get as much money as possible in, so he doesn't have a decision. And once you start understanding why people are scared and their emotions, you start to make pretty accurate reads about their hands. So their hands become easier to read. This is the Hyper 550, so change the title. Hyper 550. I'm gonna call again. I mean, it's not my favorite call, but blind versus blind, there's a lot of stuff, so I'm gonna check. He has ace. I think I went all in here for 11 big blinds with king jack suited, completely standard. I got called twice though, so probably don't have the best hand. I'm probably gonna need some help to win. Help from God. So ace queen is deuce, yeah. I hit a jack, and this guy hits a flush. So he calls with ace deuce, which is like terrible. And yeah. At least I win the side pot, and I'm still in, but like, what is he doing in this hand with ace deuce? Everybody limps, so maybe I'll see a flop for free. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we have a 9, which is, it doesn't really make me very happy. Probably not the best hand. Yeah, against a no-win against 4 people, probably a 9 with a 5 kicker is probably not the best hand, so we can easily fold. So this guy has a straight, this guy has a straight draw, and he just goes. Oh my god, the things that I'm witnessing. Ten 3. Well, if everybody folds, I'm gonna call. Try to see a flop against the big blind. But this guy raises, so we're gonna fold. Pocket jacks here in the, what is it? The hyper. The hyper. Okay, playing a pot in position. We're pretty deep, so I'm gonna check. I don't want to bet and get check raised and play a huge pot with jacks. Just gonna check. So the turn is a 9. I'm probably gonna have to call now if he bets. If he doesn't, am I gonna bet small or am I gonna check? Yeah, I'm gonna bet small. I can get called by worse, like a 10 or a 9. Okay, a deuce on the river. Maybe I can value bet again. It's a little bit thin, but I'm gonna do it. Okay. I'm jamming in the satellite. Queen 9 with 6 big blinds from the cutoff. Like, this guy wasn't here when I did it. Okay, so we win basically like a third of our stack without even playing, without even seeing a flop. Oh, we get aces. Finally. So we have a raise and a call. We're gonna squeeze. I would usually make it 9 because I'm out of position, but now we have, only against this guy. But now we have a cover as well, so we're gonna make it a little bit bigger. I'm gonna make it 11. And we get folds. For 5, definitely not gonna play. Jack 6 suited, I could defend here. Like, it's a min raise. Even when you're this short, you can still defend the big blind. Like, you don't have to go all in or fold. You can still see flops. Like, if I hit a flush draw or a jack, I can just commit. Okay, this flop is nothing, so I'm gonna have to fold. This guy checks, I don't know why. Like, this board is a board where he's just supposed to bet his whole range for one big blind, and I'm gonna have so many folds that, it's really not a decision for him, but he checks. And now he's gonna bet the river probably. Yeah. I'm not gonna call you dude. Like, I have nothing. The fact that he checks actually makes it more likely that he has something than if he bets. So if he has something and wants me to think, oh, maybe he's bluffing, he actually has a better chance of doing that by betting, not by checking. Okay, 4 big blinds. Okay, easy all-in if this guy had folded, but actually this guy is crazy. I'm gonna go all-in. We saw this guy calling 4 big blinds with Queen 6 offsuit, like a raise pre-flop. We saw him calling an isolation with King 5 offsuit, so instead he has queens. Oh my god. Okay, this guy, I think he won all my chips. Like, he's playing like a complete freak, and then he just has a hand. Here, these guys chop. So we're, what is it, like 15 spots of the money? So yeah, we're basically in the money, like in the bounty builder, which is good. The min cash is like $8. We've already won like 9 in bounties, so from here on out it's just a bonus everything that we win in bounties. Jackson unsuited, raising it. Okay, I'm gonna continuation bet with this hand. It's close to the bottom of my range, so I have a jack, as a blocker against his calls. And that's basically a strategy that you're gonna see, implemented a lot. Like when you raise and only the big blind calls you, so you're up against the big blind. You just use the fact that the big blind defends a really big range of hands, like many hands, and you use the fact that he has this weak range to just use small bets and get him to fold a lot. What? I get disconnected again? I'm back. I was just writing something on my notepad. I'm gonna start with a check. Going for a check raise here. Okay, this guy. So check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Easy value bet on river. We probably have the best hand. We get no call though. Okay, I need to write something. No, I don't want to exit. Okay, do I call this? Like 27 big blinds? 375 bounty? 5 views? Yeah, I don't think I do. Okay, so I wrote everything that I needed. I wrote it down. Okay, pocket fours, that's nice. We finally got a hand. This guy has $6 bounty. I'm already looking it up. Okay, so when the hijack raises, we're just gonna call. Is that? Oh my god, this ice cream, what was it called? It's called Eskimo, right? Oh yeah, that's his name actually. Eskimo. Okay. Man, I love this ice cream. I used to eat it so much when I was, younger. Igor Bonke. Okay, so here, pocket fours. Can I start bluffing? I think I can, but I'm gonna mix it. Like, I'm not gonna bluff all the time. Okay, so it's a low number. I'm gonna check this time. There's an 8. So how many points do I have? 30. That's now, it's a big bet. I think I'm gonna fold. We get queens here, and somebody goes all in for 30 big blinds out of thin air. So it's gonna be an easy call. We are, of course, gonna, wait a little bit before we call, because we don't close the action. So that means that if we get a little bit of a weaker hand, we would think about it, and we want to, get this guy behind, hopefully to call as well. We couldn't. And this guy beat us because he had ace king. So yeah, we lost the flip. Basically in poker, for those that don't know, a flip is a situation where you have some kind of pocket pair. So you have a pair in your hand, you go all in before the flop, and the other guy has 2 overcards. So for example, nines versus ace queen, or tens versus king queen, or queens versus ace king, as it happened here. This is called a flip because usually the percentages are, 50-50. Like, yeah, the pocket pair has a little bit of an advantage. Here I have 57, he has 43. But the amount of times that you're gonna get in this spot and have his hand is the same amount of situations that you're gonna get into the same spot and have the pair. So basically those situations where somebody has a pair and the other one has 2 overcards happen equally often to both people. So 50-50. And as well as the percentages, they're also close to 50-50, so that's why we call it a flip. Because you just flip and either one wins or the other wins. And maybe if I play 100 more tournaments, after 100 more tournaments, I'm gonna play on the same table as this guy. So when I play on the same table as this guy, we're gonna maybe get into the same situation where he has queens and I have ace king. So when we go all in before the flop again, it's gonna be a flip again, because this time he's gonna have queens and I'm gonna have ace king. And maybe this time he wins again, so that means that he's running good against me. But usually if we play long enough, so after millions and millions of hands, the situation is gonna be equal. Like, we're gonna win equal amount of big blinds from this situation. And the difference comes not from the all wins that you win. The difference in winning at poker comes from, the other pots that you win. Like the pots you win without showdown, the pots where you find good bluffs, which other people don't find. So that's how you win at the game. You don't win at poker just by winning flips. Flips are just, they're part of the game. They're gonna happen. Sometimes you're gonna win them, sometimes you're gonna lose them. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. But you need to focus on the parts of your game where you can do something. So that's, studying and getting into pots and spots where you can exercise your knowledge to your advantage. So the only tournament that we have left is the $11 Bounty Builder. And, last time when I got left with only one table, I just finished the stream. Like, last time I got left with the big 330, and I just decided that I'm not gonna stream it till the end. Like, I'm just gonna finish the tournament by myself, and maybe this time I'll do this again. Like, as soon as there's only one table left, the action becomes very slow, so I'm gonna keep recording. So if I reach a final table or something interesting happens, I'm gonna have it recorded and maybe I can put it into a video. But for now I'm gonna stop the stream. So where I live it's 10:30, so I'm gonna wish everyone a great night. Thanks for everyone who joined in the chat. It was really great for me to stream, and I'm gonna keep streaming because I really enjoy it actually. I love playing the game, I love talking about the game. Maybe before I end the stream, I'll just, just jump here because I cover both people. They have bounties, I have ace king, so I'll just jump here, we'll see what happens. Maybe this guy calls with his queen or pocket nines and we can win. And we can win a bounty, so we can end it on a good note. Okay, he calls with ace 9, that's great, 81%. Okay, we didn't end it on a good note. So, ace 5, I'm probably gonna have to go in. Okay, I'm gonna keep the stream on, because maybe that's how this tournament ends. Ace 5, 6 big blinds, this guy raises. He knows I'm short. There's a big chance he has a worse hand than ace 5, so I'm gonna go all in here. I'm gonna use the ace for 6 big blinds. He has ace 9. I hate this hand. Okay, this time I hit a 5. This time I win. Okay, so we can end the stream on a positive note. I'm gonna keep recording as I said, so if something interesting happens, I can show it in a video later. But yeah, thanks for everyone who joined this night. I really enjoyed it, and until next time.